So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close as I count down from 10. And while I count, you can imagine a healing light passing through your body, healing and softening the muscles, calming the mind. From 10, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the face, around the jaw, around your temple and your forehead, smoothing those muscles out, calming, softening, so peaceful. 9, with that relaxation working its way around the back of your head and slowly relaxing down the back of your neck, tingling gently with peace and comfort. And each out-breath that you take, you can find yourself relaxing deeper and deeper asleep. And I don't know, as you relax deeper, whether it's the sound of my voice that helps you drift deeper asleep, or whether it's the spaces between my words. 8. As that relaxation moves with the next out-breath, down your neck, around your neck, deep within you, drifting, floating, deeper and more peacefully relaxed. 7. The relaxation moving down those arms, around those shoulders, around the shoulder blades, softening and relaxing the muscles, perhaps making those arms begin to feel heavier and heavier, just as the eyelids can feel heavier and more relaxed. 6. With that relaxation moving down those arms, it can begin to reach the fingertips, bringing a comfort and a peace to those fingers. 5. Relaxing down around the chest, the upper back, and deep within you. Relaxation can move to your stomach, your lower sides and your lower back, softening, relaxing so calmly as a mind and a body. 4. With the relaxation moving down around your bottom and around your legs, carefully moving down towards your feet. 3. Moving all the way down those legs, deeper and deeper down, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm, taking you to a place in your mind where you drift deeper and deeper asleep so easily and effortlessly, where your mind is so calm and peaceful. Where sleep seems to just draw you in, where the mind slows right down. That's it. 2. As relaxation spreads around the lower legs, around the ankles and down into the feet. 1. Feeling that relaxation through your whole body, like a wave of peace and comfort. And you know the process of sleep involves the body relaxing fully, as the mind begins to drift almost into its own reverie, before passing into pleasant dreams. And as you continue listening to this, and we move into the story, so you can sleep deeply and sleep well all night long. And in the far northern reaches of the world lies Santa's workshop, a hidden sanctuary of quiet magic, nestled deep in an enchanted forest. It stands beneath a blanket of stars, its wooden beams framed in frost and glowing faintly in the moonlight. Inside, the glow of the hearth spills warmth across the polished floors, casting flickering shadows that dance like playful sprites along the walls. Everything here feels alive, but it's not a place of noise or bustle. It hums with quiet joy, a serenity woven into the very fabric of Christmas. The elves are hard at work, but there's no rush, no frantic movements. Their tasks are performed in rhythmic calm, as if the entire workshop moves to the cadence of a lullaby. Small hands glide over delicate ribbons, tying bows in rich shades of gold and emerald. The wrapping paper rustles softly, like the gentle rustling of leaves in a dream, as tiny silver bells, each as delicate as a snowflake, are placed atop each parcel. The bells chime quietly as they're added, a soft and reassuring sound, filling the air with the warmth of anticipation. Overhead, the rafters are adorned with glistening strands of tinsel, catching the glow of the firelight, sparkling like stars reflected in a frozen lake. The hum of magical machinery provides a soothing backdrop, blending with the rustle of paper and the shuffle of elves' feet as they move with a grace born of years of Christmas preparation. There's no sense of urgency, only the slow, steady rhythm of a night that stretches longer than usual, wrapping the workshop in a soft embrace of timelessness. Scents of the season weave their way through the air. Cinnamon, warm and spicy, mingles with the refreshing sharpness of freshly gathered pine needles. Peppermint floats in the background, cool and crisp, like the breath of winter itself. And beneath it all, the comforting smell of wood smoke rises from the crackling hearth, anchoring the room with the deep warmth of safety and home. Each elf moves with delicate precision, their focus steady, yet their movements are slow, unhurried, as though they know that time itself has softened to accommodate them. There's a quiet expectation here, so peaceful, deepening with every moment. Christmas Eve is on the horizon, but for now, the workshop is a sanctuary of stillness, a place where time stretches out, inviting everyone within to slow down, to breathe in the calm. In this peaceful rhythm, every element of the scene, the light, the sounds, the scents, work together to lull anyone who enters into a deeper state of peace and relaxation. The workshop feels not just like a place of work, but a place of rest, where the heart slows and the mind begins to drift, becoming absorbed in the soft rhythms of preparation. Time here is a gentle companion, moving quietly alongside the elves as they work. But amidst the tranquility, something shifts. It's subtle, like the faintest ripple disturbing the surface of a calm pool, yet noticeable to those who know the workshop well. The quantum superposition generator, usually glowing with a soft golden light, flickers briefly, its once steady hum faltering. The light dims as if the machine is growing tired, and the elves, ever attuned to the magic that surrounds them, pause in their tasks, their eyes turning towards the heart of the workshop. This machine, nestled in the very centre of the room, is no ordinary device. It holds the key to Christmas itself. The generator's magic is what allows Santa to be everywhere at once, leaping through time and space, delivering joy to every child on earth in a single night. Without it, the wonder of Christmas morning would be impossible, and stockings would hang empty by the fireplace. The elves gather around the generator, their steps soft but filled with concern. The light, once bright and steady like the first golden rays of dawn, now flickers weakly, like a candle fighting against a breeze, casts long, trembling shadows across the room. Its comforting glow, now uncertain, its hum reduced to a faint murmur. The head elf, a figure known for his calm authority, steps forward, his brow furrowed in quiet concentration as he approaches the machine, his small hands brushing gently over its surface, his fingers tracing the worn, familiar patterns of its intricate workings. The elves watch him in silence, their breaths held, not out of fear but out of reverence for for the delicate magic at work. The generator splutters once, twice, and then its glow fades entirely, leaving the room dimmer as though a bit of its magic has slipped away. Yet there's no panic. Even now the workshop remains a place of quiet calm. The head elf straightens, his expression thoughtful but not troubled. "It seems," he says, his voice steady and sure, "that we will need help." And they all know who he means. The wise partridge who lives in the pear tree just outside the workshop is the only one with the knowledge and magic to repair such a delicate machine. The partridge, with its ancient wisdom, has seen countless Christmases come and go, and it understands the inner workings of the generator better than anyone else. The decision to call for help is made quietly, as though even the act of asking for assistance must be handled with care. Finn, a young elf, volunteers to fetch the partridge. His steps as soft as the snow falling outside. The workshop, though quieter now without the hum of the generator, remains peaceful, its stillness deepened by the knowledge that help is on the way. Finn, small but brave, steps forward, his heart beating a little faster at the honour of being chosen. His face remains calm, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he nods to the head elf and steps outside the workshop. The night air greets him, crisp and cool, like a refreshing exhale after a long, warm breath. The snow falls gently in soft, delicate flurries, each flake descending from the velvet sky like a quiet promise of peace, settling lightly on the ground in a shimmering blanket of white. The cold nips at Finn's cheeks, but it's a gentle cold, the kind that wakes the senses without biting too hard. He breathes in deeply, the scent of snow filling his lungs, clean and sharp, mingled with the faint fragrance of pine forests resting beneath the winter moon. With each step, his boots sink gently into the snow, creating a rhythmic crunch that echoes in the stillness. The sound is soothing, like the ticking of an old, comforting clock, marking time in the quiet night. Above him, the moon hangs low, glowing softly, casting its silver-blue light across the landscape. It feels as though the moon itself is watching over him, guiding his steps, its light painting long, gentle shadows across the snow. The world around him is silent, but not empty. It's a silence filled with the weight of dreams, with the quiet beauty of the sleeping world. The trees stand tall and still, their branches draped in snow, their outlines softened in the moonlight. A soft breeze stirs the air, but it's not a howl, more like a long, deep exhale, as though the earth itself is resting. Finn feels the quiet pressing in around him, like a soft hand on his shoulder, gently guiding him deeper and deeper into the calm of the night. Each step slows his thoughts, and with every footfall his mind becomes quieter, like the snowflakes that drift slowly down to the ground. The pear tree is not far, but the journey feels timeless, as though Finn could walk forever through this snow-covered dreamscape. Each step a lull, each breath a soft rhythm that draws him deeper and deeper into the night. At last he reaches the pear tree. It stands at the edge of a clearing, a silhouette against the dark sky. Its branches are thick and gnarled, reaching outward in wide arcs, draped in shimmering ice. The tree seems to hum with an ancient magic, as though it has stood here for centuries, quietly observing the world as it changes around it. Snow covers its branches, and in the moonlight the tree glows faintly, casting soft reflections across the snowy ground. Finn gazes up at the tree, a sense of reverence swelling in his chest. The partridge is there perched on a low branch, its feathers shimmering faintly in the moonlight. It's a small bird, but there's something timeless about it, a quiet presence that suggests it knows far more than it ever reveals. Its eyes are bright, filled with the kind of wisdom that sees beyond the moment into the long stretch of time. The partridge sits serenely in the branches of the pear tree. There's an air of quiet certainty about it, as though it's been waiting for this moment all along. It tilts its head slightly, studying Finn with its ancient, knowing eyes. The faintest smile in its gaze. Finn, though a little nervous, steps forward, his boots making a soft crunch in the snow. The air around the pear tree feels different. The tree sways gently, though the night is still, the branches moving in slow, graceful movements, like gently rocking a cradle. The leaves shimmering under the moonlight. It feels like a place outside of time, where the rules of the world soften, and magic flows as naturally as the falling snow. "Good evening," the partridge says, its voice soft and melodic, like the first notes of a lullaby carried on the wind. The sound wraps around Finn, making him feel instantly at ease. The partridge hops down from the branch, landing lightly in the snow, its feathers glistening like stardust scattered across the ground. "Evening," Finn replies, bowing his head slightly out of respect. "I've come to ask for your help. The quantum superposition generator in the workshop has stopped working, and without it, Santa won't be able to deliver presents to all the children." The partridge listens quietly as Finn speaks. The bird's eyes seem to take in not just the words, but the meaning behind them, the weight of what he's saying. When Finn finishes, the partridge nods slowly, thoughtfully, as though considering all the possibilities of time and space within that single movement. The partridge says that the generator is a delicate thing. It bends the fabric of time in such a way that all moments converge, allowing Santa to visit every home in a single night. Without it, Christmas would be much quieter. The partridge says that they'll help, and together the partridge and Finn head back to the workshop. The partridge decides to walk with Finn rather than fly, and the snow crunches delicately beneath their feet. With Finn's boots making a deeper sound and the partridge's steps barely a whisper against the snow, they walk in silence, enjoying the nature, the stars above twinkling softly, watching their journey like distant guardians, high and still. Each step is steady, each breath calm, carrying them deeper and deeper into the gentle rhythm of the night. Together they move through the snow-covered landscape, their path lit by the soft glow of the moon and stars. As they head back to the workshop, and back inside the workshop, the warmth of the fire and the soft glow of the twinkling lights envelop Finn and the partridge as they step through the door. The gentle hum of the elves' work surrounds them like the soft murmur of a gentle song. Santa stands near the hearth, his hands folded behind his back, his eyes calm but watchful. His presence is steady, comforting, like the glow of a lighthouse guiding ships through the night. He observes the elves as they continue their tasks, wrapping, sorting, preparing, all of them working quietly without rush. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the generator, there's no panic, no hurry, just quiet determination. As if everyone knows deep down that everything will be okay. The partridge approaches the quantum superposition generator, the machine sitting silent and still. They hop onto the wooden workbench beside the generator, and with a soft hum of thought, the bird begins to inspect the machine. The generator is more than wires and gears. It's a living thing imbued with ancient magic that flows through time itself. As the partridge touches it lightly with its beak, it's as if the machine stirs in response, its magic awakening beneath the bird's careful gaze. "There it is," the partridge murmurs softly, almost to itself, a knot in the fabric of time, as delicate as a strand of silk. Its eyes gleam with quiet understanding as it peers closer, its head tilting thoughtfully. It's not broken, just a little tangled, a wrinkle in the tapestry of time. With slow, careful movements, the partridge begins to explore the intricacies of the generator. Its wings flutter softly with each motion. like the pages of an ancient book being turned one by one. The bird moves like a master weaver examining a delicate piece of cloth, its feathers brushing against the threads of the machine with quiet reverence, each movement slow and deliberate, as though time itself has slowed to match the partridge's gentle pace. The elves continue working in the background, quietly, diligently, with some of their attention drawn to the partridge and their inspection of the machine. Everyone in the room seems to know that this moment is part of the natural flow of all things. Santa steps closer, his boots making barely a sound against the wooden floor. He watches the partridge with quiet respect, his eyes gleaming with firelight. The workshop feels still. It's a stillness born out of wonder and curiosity. The partridge hums softly to itself. "There we are," it says at last. A knot to untangle, a thread to pull. It pauses, its eyes bright. But it cannot be done alone. It will require many hands working together in harmony. The elves gather round, their eyes wide with curiosity and readiness. Though small, their nimble hands are quick and deft, and they understand the delicacies of magic just as well as they understand the craftsmanship of toys. The partridge nods at them, its gaze warm and knowing, as though it recognizes the talents in each of them. "We must work together," the partridge explains, its voice carrying through the room like the soft notes of a distant melody. This machine, this generator, it's like a song. Each piece is a note, each action a rhythm. Alone, the notes are lovely, but together they create the harmony we need to bring it back to life. The elves nod. They move fluidly, taking their place around the generator. There's no rush, no urgency, just the slow, measured actions of those who know that magic, like music, requires patience and care. Finn touches the generator, his hands feeling the cool surface. His fingers feeling that faint hum beneath his skin. The other elves follow suit. The room begins to feel lighter, as though the very air is moving with them, cradling their work in a soft, invisible embrace. The generator hums faintly, its light flickering back to life, slowly, steadily. It's like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon, quiet and gentle, bringing with it a promise of renewal. As they work, the elves begin to hum softly, a tune mirroring the rhythm of their movements. The partridge watches on. Bit by bit, the generator's light grows stronger. The golden glow spreads through the room like the warm light of a lantern. It pulses gently, like the heartbeat of the night itself, Steady and sure, the elves continue. As the light brightens, as the generator continues to hum to life, the room fills with a sense of joy and a deep, peaceful contentment. As the quantum superposition generator springs back to life, the elves step back. They gaze at the softly glowing machine. Santa steps forward. His face is warm, glowing with the soft golden light pulsing from the generator. His eyes crinkle at the edges as he smiles. The golden light fills the room with warmth and comfort. A healing vibration passing through the land and through the fabric of time itself. The machine is back up and running. The glow of the generator being such a wonderful sight. Santa thanks the partridge and thanks the elves for their help. And with the generator restored, the time has come for Santa to begin his journey. His sleigh waits outside of the workshop. The reindeer stand tall and strong, their breath puffing out in soft clouds that dissolve into the night sky. They're calm, their eyes bright, looking forward to the journey ahead. Santa climbs in his sleigh, the sleigh bells jingling faintly in the cool air. He thanks the partridge and elves once more. He tells them that they've made this night possible. And with a soft call to his reindeer, Santa begins his magical journey. The sleigh rises smoothly into the air, as though lifted by the dreams of every child awaiting Christmas morning. The stars above twinkle like distant lanterns, guiding the sleigh through the night sky. Santa's sleigh glides gracefully, cutting through the air like a gentle breeze, leaving a trail of sparkling stardust in its wake. The quantum superposition generator hums softly, its magic spreading through the sleigh, allowing Santa to leap from one place to the next. Leaping into locations where he's in multiple locations at a time, before leaping into a new location where he's in more new multiple locations, each leap so fluid, so smooth and rhythmic, as if space and time itself are bending around Santa and the sleigh, wrapping him in a cocoon of possibilities. And the world below softens and blurs, each village, each house a fleeting glow in the dark. And Santa delivers the gifts to each sleeping child. And with each stop, Santa's sleigh touches down lightly on the rooftops. The stars above twinkling softly, and as the sky begins to shift, fading from the deep velvet blues of night to the pale blushing tones of dawn, The snow outside Santa's workshop glows faintly under the soft light of the rising sun. The door to the workshop swings slowly, softly, gently open as Santa steps inside, his red cloak dusted with snowflakes. He's tired. There's a deep, quiet satisfaction in his eyes, a warmth that radiates from his very being. Santa looks around at the elves, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for their work and support. And the partridge settles into his nest to drift and float peacefully asleep, as Santa and the elves head off for a well-earned nap, heading home, knowing they'll be back to do the same next year. But for now, heading home and drifting and floating peacefully asleep, relaxing so deeply and calmly into slumberland. Okay, so just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. The morning arrives gently, like the brush of a soft hand across the sky. The pale light of winter stretches through the curtains, casting silver shadows across the room. Outside, a thick blanket of snow drapes over the world, turning every edge into a softened curve, as if the earth itself has surrendered to a long, dreamlike slumber. The silence is profound, deep, peaceful, as if the snow has hushed all sound into a quiet, tender lullaby. And inside the house, warmth embraces every corner. The fire in the hearth crackles softly, its flames flickering lazily, casting a golden light that flickers over the walls. The faint scent of wood smoke drifts through the air, weaving with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The fire's steady warmth is the pulse of the home, its constant presence, a promise of comfort while the world outside remains cold and distant. The mother moves through the house with graceful ease, her footsteps a mere murmur against the wooden floor. She pauses at the window, watching the snowflakes fall in snow, so gently, so slowly, in deliberate spirals, each one unique as it delicately descends. Her lips curve into a quiet smile as she watches the landscape transform into the most beautiful winter wonderland. The air thick with the promise of a peaceful day, she inhales deeply, the scent of the fire mixing with the crisp coolness that seeps in through the window panes. Upstairs, the children are cocooned in their beds, tucked beneath thick, cozy blankets. The youngest is a small bundle of warmth nestled deep within his covers, resisting the pull of the morning. His face is half hidden in his pillow, his breath slow and steady. When his mother enters the room, her gentle voice guiding him towards wakefulness as he burrows himself deeper into the warmth of his bed, trying to resist her coaxing. Her voice guiding him in the land of dreams. Then downstairs, the father sits in his favourite chair near the fireplace, his hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee. The rhythmic crackle of the fire and the steady warmth of the flames have become part of his morning ritual. Gazes into the fire, his thoughts drifting as the golden light reflects off his face. Outside, the snow continues to fall, but inside, there's only the comforting hum of the house gradually awakening. The older children eventually tumble down the stairs, laughter filling the quiet with a bright, joyful energy. Their excitement is as fresh as the new snow outside. Their laughter mingles with the sounds of the home, bringing it to life. The father smiles over the rim of his coffee cup, his eyes lighting up at the sight of them. The happiness is contagious, filling the house with warmth that rivals even the fire. The mother gathers the children at the front door, wrapping them in thick coats, scarves and gloves, their breath rising in soft clouds, fogging the cool air that slips in through the cracks. The youngest tugs at his mittens, still half asleep, while the older two bounce on their toes, eager to race into the snow. The door opens with a soft creak, and a rush of cold air sweeps into the house, swirling around their feet. Yet the fire's glow remains steady, promising its warmth for their return. As they step outside, the crunch of snow underfoot is the first sound to break the stillness of the morning. The cold air is sharp and crisp, invigorating in its clarity. The world outside is transformed, clean, untouched, and glittering under the pale winter sun. The mother breathes out, her breath visible in the cold as the children's laughter fills the frosty air. Behind them, the house remains, its windows glowing faintly with the warmth of the fire. a beacon of comfort awaiting their return. The world outside is a canvas of white, the snow sparkling like a sea of diamonds under the pale morning light. Each step sinks into the snow with a satisfying crunch, leaving behind imprints that mark their path. The children, bundled tightly in their coats, walk alongside their mother, their small boots creating a trail of footprints that meander through the pristine landscape. The air is cold, biting gently at their cheeks and noses, turning them a soft shade of pink. Above them, the sky stretches out in shades of silver and grey, blending with the snowy world below. The trees stand tall, their branches frosted with delicate icicles that catch the light and glimmer like crystals. Icicles hang from the rooftops, each one a winter jewel, sharp and glittering in the soft sunlight. The youngest child lags behind for a moment, his mittened hand outstretched to catch a snowflake. He marvels at its intricate pattern, watching as it melts almost immediately upon touching the warmth of his glove. His breath forms soft puffs in the air, each exhale mingling with the falling snowflakes, as if he's adding his own breath to the quiet stillness of the morning. His mother watches with a smile, her heart warmed by the sight of his wonder. The streets are quiet, the snow muffling every sound, creating a serene stillness that feels almost otherworldly. Only the occasional bird calls out, its voice a bright contrast against the muted tones of the snowy morning. As they near the school, the sounds of children begin to rise, laughter, shouts, and the scuffle of boots against the snow as they play in the schoolyard, their scarves fluttering in the cold breeze like colourful flags. The mother watches as her children join the fray, their faces bright and full of life. The youngest hesitates at the gate, turning to wave, his small hand raised in a gesture of farewell. She waves back, her heart full with the sight of her children, so at ease in the world, their joy as pure as the snow itself. She stands for a moment longer, watching the schoolyard fill with the busy energy of the day, before turning back towards home. As she walks, the quiet returns, wrapping itself around her like a comforting blanket. The snow beneath her feet is soft, absorbing her footsteps, and the air is filled with the sharp, clean scent of pine and coal. Her thoughts drift, carried along by the rhythm of her steps, and the peacefulness of the morning settles deep into her bones. The world feels hushed, as though it's waiting, wrapped in the soft promise of a day full of quiet, unhurried moments. Back at the house, Time seems to slow. The gentle, rhythmic fall of snow outside matches the quiet stillness within. Inside, the warmth from the fire embraces the entire room, its golden light flickering across the walls in a lazy dance. The father sits at his desk near the hearth, his back warmed by the steady heat from the flames. It's a comforting presence, as familiar as an old friend. His pencil moves steadily across the paper, sketching the lines of a new design. Each stroke is careful, deliberate, the soft scrape of graphite on paper blending with the crackle of the fire. His eyes are focused on the intricate details of his drawing, but his mind drifts in the calm of the moment, absorbed by the peaceful rhythm that surrounds him. The room is filled with the faint scent of wood smoke, interwoven with the cool freshness that slips in from the snowy world beyond the windows. Occasionally, he pauses, stretching his arms above his head, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into his muscles, loosening the tightness in his back. There is something deeply satisfying about the quiet. The only interruptions are the occasional pop of the wood in the fire, or the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. It's a moment suspended in time, where the rest of the world feels far away, and all that matters is the present, the warmth, the fire, and the quiet space he inhabits. And as the day stretches into the afternoon, the fire continues its steady crackle, a low and constant murmur. The room remains wrapped in the golden light, and the father continues his work in peaceful silence, absorbed in the quiet rhythm of his day. But eventually, the soft chime of the clock stirs him from his reverie. He closes his sketchbook with a quiet thud, satisfied with his progress, though knowing there will be time later to finish. He rises from his chair, shrugging on his thick winter coat and wrapping a scarf around his neck. The house holds the cold at bay, but as he steps through the door, the air is sharp and crisp, biting at his skin with its clarity. Snowflakes drift lazily from the sky, catching in his hair and resting momentarily on his coat before they melt. He smiles at the sight of the snow-covered world, his breath rising in soft clouds before him as he makes his way towards the school. The walk is brief, but it feels almost magical, as though he's journeying through a winter dream. The snow glistens like diamonds on the rooftops. The trees stand tall and bare, their branches dusted with silver frost. The world is quiet, peaceful, as though nature itself has settled into a gentle meditation, inviting him to slow down, to breathe, to be fully present. And at the school gate, his youngest child is waiting. The child's face lights up at the sight of him, their wide smile full of excitement and warmth. The child rushes forward, slipping their small hand into his, and together they begin the walk back home. The child's voice is filled with stories of games played during break time, of snowflakes caught on their tongue, of friends and laughter. The father listens, nodding along, his heart full with the simple joy of his child's voice. They take their time walking home, letting the snow fall around them like soft feathers. There's no hurry, no urgency, just the unhurried rhythm of a winter's day. A father and child sharing the quiet joy of the snowy world, knowing that the warmth of home waits for them at the end of the journey. And later in the afternoon, as the sun begins its slow descent towards the horizon, casting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold, the older two children make their way home. Their breath rises in puffs of mist. Their footsteps are slow, sinking into the thick layer of snow with each step. The biting cold gives them a feeling of invigoration, as though the air is alive and humming against their senses. As they near the house, the untouched snow in the garden beckons to them, its perfect surface inviting them to play. Without a word, they exchange a glance, and with a shared smile they veer off the path and begin rolling snow into large, solid balls, the foundation for their snowman. The air is filled with their laughter, bright and clear against the quiet of the winter afternoon. Their gloves grow thick with snow as they work, their cheeks flushed from the cold. They press the snow together with careful hands, building their snowman higher and higher, until it stands proudly in the garden, complete with stick arms and a crooked grin made of stones. The children stand back admiring their handiwork, their breath coming in little puffs of steam as they add the finishing touches, a scarf borrowed from one of their necks and a pair of old buttons they found in the snow. Something magical happens. From the bare branches of a tree nearby, 2 turtle doves descend. Their soft grey feathers are fluffed up against the cold, and they perch delicately on the snowman's stick arm, their gentle cooing adding a soft melody to the quiet. The children freeze, their eyes wide with wonder, watching the doves as if they stumbled upon something from a fairy tale. There's a stillness in the air now, a kind of enchantment, as though time has paused to let them fully absorb the magic of the moment. The soft light of the afternoon, the snowman, the doves. It all feels like part of a story, a winter tale where the world holds its secrets close, waiting to be discovered. For a long moment, the children stand quietly, watching the doves as they fluff their feathers, as they gaze back with dark, thoughtful eyes. The children stop noticing the cold, lost in their quiet wonder. Finally, the doves take flight, their wings beating softly as they soar into the pale sky, disappearing into the distance. The children look at each other and smile, as if they've just shared a secret, something precious, a fleeting moment only known to them. With their fingers tingling from the cold, they head back towards the front door of the house. Their boots crunch through the snow. The warmth of the home glowing ahead like a beacon in the twilight. The snowman remains standing in the garden, a silent sentinel watching over the house, its crooked grin a reminder of the simple joy of the afternoon. As they push open the door, the warmth from within the house hits them immediately, enveloping them like a soft blanket, the fire crackling softly, and the air inside is thick with the comforting scent of wood and warmth. They remove their coats and scarves, shaking the snow from their gloves, their faces glowing from the cold and from the joy of the day. The house welcomes them back, the door closing softly behind them. They embrace the warmth of the cozy, glowing house. And the kitchen begins to hum with quiet life, the warmth from the stove emanating through the room. The father standing at the counter, a wooden spoon in hand as he stirs a fragrant stew that simmers gently on the hob. The air is rich with the aroma of herbs and vegetables, the scent curling through the house, mingling with the ever-present warmth from the fire in the next room. Outside, the sun has begun to sink lower, painting the snowy rooftops in shades of lavender and gold. The kitchen windows are fogged slightly from the warmth inside, a soft contrast to the frost-kissed scene beyond. Icicles hang from the eaves, catching the last light of day, sparkling like the winter jewels they are. The snow outside, freshly fallen and untouched, lies still and serene, a blanket of quiet over the world. The children bustle about, their cheeks still a little rosy from the cold. They move and dance and play around before beginning to focus on setting the table for dinner. The clink of plates and cutlery adding to the gentle rhythm of family life in the room. The sound of the simmering stew, the crackling of the fire, a peaceful moment, full of the kind of quiet togetherness that fills a home with contentment. And the door creaks open, and a brief gust of cold air sweeps through the house as the mother steps inside, her boots dusted with snow. She pauses for the moment in the doorway, breathing in the warmth of the home, the scent of dinner, enjoying the sight of her family, feeling a deep sense of joy. And as the door closes behind her, the cold is instantly replaced by the deep, soothing warmth of the house. The children run to her, their laughter bubbling up as they fling themselves into her arms, their excitement filling the room with a renewed energy. She wraps them in hugs, brushing the snow from her hair as she leans down to kiss the tops of their heads. Across the room, the father glances up from the stove, his eyes meeting hers with a look of quiet affection. There's a wordless greeting shared between them, a warmth that fills the space between them like a second hearth. With dinner being finished, the father brings the steaming pot to the table, its rich aromas filling the air as bowls are passed around. The family sits down together, the clinking of cutlery blending with the gentle murmur of conversation. Their voices are low and easy, the worries of the day melting away with each bite of food. Laughter flickers lightly across the table, and the warmth of the meal, the home, the fire, it all wraps around them a comforting cocoon of contentment. Outside, the last light of the sun fades, giving way to the deep, cool blue of evening. Inside, the glow from the fire spills into the kitchen, casting everything in a soft, golden light. The house is full but not crowded, lively but not loud. It's the kind of evening where time seems to stretch out, inviting them to linger in its warmth, to savour the simplicity of shared community. And when the meal ends, the plates are cleared and the soft rhythm of the evening continues, flowing gently from one moment to the next, like a river that knows its course, leading them deeper and deeper into the heart of the night. And with dinner behind them, the family naturally drifts towards the living room, drawn by the steady warmth of the fire. The flames are low, flickering gently, casting long, dancing shadows that move with a rhythm that feels as old as time itself. The fire is more than just warmth. It's the heart of the home, a steady, glowing presence that draws them all together. The family settles into their favourite places around the fire. The father reclines back into his armchair, his feet resting on a footstool. The soft creak of the leather chair, a familiar sound. The mother curls up on the sofa, the youngest child nestled against her side, their eyelids already drooping, with a gentle and deep pull of sleep. The older children sit cross-legged on the floor near the fire, their faces illuminated by its golden light as they share stories from their day. Their voices a soft murmur in the quiet room. Hot chocolates passed around, thick and creamy, its rich scent mingling with the warmth of the fire. Each sip is a comfort, warming them from the inside out. The sweetness lingering on their tongues as they sink deeper and deeper into the calm of the evening. The youngest child is cradling their mug in both hands, eyes barely open. The heat from the fire and the velvety taste of the chocolate is soothing them all into a peaceful drowsiness. Outside, the snow continues its slow and steady descent, but the world beyond the window feels far away, as if the house exists in its own pocket of time, separate from the cold night outside. The fire crackles softly, burning low and steady, offering a gentle glow, a soft pulse filling the room with warmth. The youngest child sinks even deeper against their mother, enjoying the warmth of the sofa. The desire to sleep growing stronger with each passing minute, and their eyes flutter closed and then open again briefly, with the child fighting the inevitable. Heading deeper and deeper towards sleep. The mother brushes a stray strand of hair away from the child's forehead. The older children still chatting quietly, occasionally pausing to enjoy the fire with thoughts drifting in the soft glow. Their voices growing slower, their words fewer, as the calm of the room pulls them into its peaceful embrace. The evening continues to settle over the house, like a thick, soft blanket, filling every corner with warmth and the steady rhythm of nightfall. The youngest child is ready for bed. The mother rises slowly, careful not to disturb their child, before gathering them up in her arms, feeling the comfortable weight of their body, the warmth of their skin, and carries them in their half-awake, half-asleep state, as they drift even more asleep, carrying them up stairs to bed. And this child's room is dimly lit by a small nightlight in the shape of a crescent moon, its soft glow bathing the walls in silvery light, casting delicate shadows that dance across the floor. The bed is waiting, layered with thick blankets, promising warmth and deeper comfort. The mother tucks in the child, smooths down the blankets up to their chin, sits on the edge of the bed, and begins to read a children's storybook from the bedside table. Her voice is calm and rhythmic as it fills the room, the child barely awake, each word flowing so softly, so gently. The story familiar to the child, like an old friend, guiding the child's mind deeper and deeper asleep. The pages being turned quietly, the sound blending with the slow, steady rise and fall of the child's breathing, each breath a little slower and deeper. The child's eyes finally close fully as they sink deeper and deeper into their dreams. And as the child drifts and sleeps deeply, their face looks so soft and peaceful. The room is still, bathed in the soft glow of the nightlight. The mother lingers for a moment longer, watching the peaceful rise and fall of the child's chest. She bends down, pressing a soft kiss to their forehead, then quietly, ever so quietly, stands, leaves the room, and pulls the door closed, leaving the child to the deep, peaceful rhythm of sleep. And back downstairs, the older children remain by the fire, their bodies stretched out on the rug, their eyes half focused on the simple card game they're playing. The air is warm and still, the fire now just glowing embers. The house, so full of laughter and energy earlier, has now settled into a quiet rhythm, as though it too is preparing for a deep, peaceful night's sleep. The children talk in soft, unhurried voices, their movements slow and relaxed. Every now and then one of them yawns, the sound blending into the soft crackle of the last few embers. The warmth of the room, the softness of the light, everything seems to lull them deeper and deeper into a sense of drowsiness, like leaves slowly drifting down to rest on a still pond. The father watches them from his armchair. He knows they're going to be transitioning from wakefulness to sleep, and they're trying to stay up and not be the first to go to bed. With each child wanting to outdo the other. But eventually, sleep catches up with them. They both rise from the floor. The father stands with them. They head up the stairs, and in their rooms, they head to their beds. And the father says goodnight to the children, and the mother comes and says goodnight to the children. And now the house is still, wrapped in the deep quiet that only comes when the day is done and everyone is finally tucked up in bed. The fire still just embers. The parents head down to the sofa. They sit together on the sofa, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket. They feel the stillness in the room, the comfort in the room, how cozy this room feels. They talk of little things like the children's laughter, the snowman now standing proudly outside in the garden, the way the house was so warm and alive earlier. And every now and then they fall into a comfortable silence, the kind that doesn't need to be filled. They sit side by side, resting on each other, as outside the snow continues to descend. The mother pulls the blanket tighter around her, resting her head on her husband's shoulders, just enjoying relaxing together. And as the night continues to deepen, and the fire burns out, the parents begin to drift asleep. And so they head to bed. They let go of the last traces of wakefulness. And they drift so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland. Okay, so just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And Reg wakes slowly as if the gentle tug of morning pulls him from a deep, tranquil dream. His eyes open to the dim light of a winter dawn, filtering through the small window of his stone cottage. For a moment, he lingers in the warm cocoon of his blankets, savouring the quiet. The air is cool and crisp, a reminder that outside the world is dressed in frost and silence. He breathes deeply, feeling the subtle ache of age in his bones, the familiar stiffness that comes with years spent working the land. Today, though, there's no rush, no urgency to chase after wandering lambs or mend fences. Today's different. He pushes the blankets aside and swings his legs over the edge of the bed, his feet landing softly on the floor. The cold of the floor seeps through his socks, and he lets out a small sigh, his breath hanging in the air. He stretches, his movements slow but deliberate, like the rising sun inching its way into the sky. Outside, the faint glow of dawn peeks over the horizon, painting the world in shades of soft pink and pale gold. A winter's dawn, quiet and unhurried. He dresses warmly, layering wool and thick fabric against the bite of the frost waiting just beyond the door. With a steady hand, he pulls open the heavy door to his cottage, and the chill of the morning air greets him like an old friend. The cold nips at his nose and ears, but is not unwelcome. It helps to wake him, sharpening his senses to the beauty of the world before him. The earth is covered in a blanket of frost, each blade of grass a tiny crystal reflecting the soft light of the early sun. The air is so still. It feels as though the entire world is holding its breath. His boots sink gently into the frost-crisped grass, and a satisfying crunch follows with each step. The ground beneath his feet feels solid and sure, just as it always has. The land has been his life, his home, his sanctuary. The sheep are already awake, their breath visible in the cold morning air as they huddle together for warmth. Their soft rhythmic bleating is the only sound in the quiet expanse. Reg smiles, his heart warming at the familiar scene. He moves among them, his weathered hands brushing over their thick wool as he counts them, each one a comforting presence, a reminder of the simple joys of life. As he tends to his flock, his mind drifts to the day ahead, Christmas Eve, the day of their annual gathering, a tradition now so familiar, so cherished, that it feels as much a part of him as the very land beneath his feet. Al and Frank, his oldest friends, men who've shared both the burdens and joys of life with him for longer than he can remember. They'll meet again tonight, as they always do, to camp beneath the stars and share stories by the fire, a tradition that had started long ago when they were young and the world seemed so much larger. Reg pauses, straightening it up from his work. He looks up at the sky already clearing, the last remnants of night fading into a pale blue canvas. The air is so still, so peaceful, that he can almost hear the silence itself. There's a certain magic to mornings like this, where the world feels untouched, pure, as though time has slowed just for him. A sense of calm settles over him, spreading through his body like warmth from a fire. He knows tonight will be clear. The sky promises it, with not a cloud in sight. A night for stars, for stories, and for remembering. As the sun continues to rise, casting a golden glow over the frost-covered fields, Reg feels a sense of quiet anticipation growing within him. The morning chores are simple, the movements of his hands familiar and easy, feeding the sheep, checking their enclosure, ensuring all is well before he leaves. There's no need for haste today, no urgency in his steps. Everything moves at a slow, measured pace, the rhythm of a winter's morning guiding him deeper and deeper into a relaxed state. With each task completed, his mind drifts further into the peaceful reverie of the day. When all is done, he lingers for a moment longer, standing in the middle of the frosty field. He closes his eyes, letting the cold air wrap around him, letting the quiet sink into his bones. The only sound is the gentle breathing of the sheep, the distant rustling of the bare trees, and his own heartbeat, slow and steady. Then with a deep breath, he turns back towards the cottage, knowing it's time to go, time to meet his friends, time for the stories to begin again. He gathers his things carefully, every item placed with care into his pack. His thick woolen scarf, worn with age but still soft, wraps snugly around his neck, and his gloves, stiff from the cold, slide over his hands. The fields stretch out before him as he sets off, blanketed in frost, the landscape painted in shades of white and silver. The air, so still, feels like the world itself is resting. As he walks, his boots crunch through the frozen grass. Cold brushes his cheeks. While walking, his thoughts drift back through the years. He can see Al and Frank in his mind, how they looked when they were young, with bright eyes and strong hands, full of energy and ideas. Time has softened them all, worn them down in some ways, but deepened them in others. Their friendship has aged like fine wine, richer, fuller, more meaningful with each passing year. The landscape continues to open up before him. He feels a deep sense of peace wash over him. The last traces of the sun begin melting away. In the distance, Reg spots a small flock of 3 French hens, their feathers bright against the wintry landscape. They move gracefully through a patch of the fading sunlight, pecking at the frost-covered earth. He smiles while watching the birds. They seem almost out of place in the stark winter landscape. He feels that there's something symbolic about them, something that speaks to the harmony that he feels with Al and Frank. The 3 of them, like these hens, have weathered many winters, yet they continue to return to this place to share in the quiet beauty of the land and the stories it holds. Eventually, a small clearing comes into view, framed by the gentle rise of hills on one side and the forest of leafless trees on the other. The sun almost fully set now, as he sees Al and Frank waiting for him to arrive. And as they spot each other, they all smile. And as they all meet, they stand there for a moment, just looking at each other, how they've aged. They joke with each other before beginning to set up a camp. They talk to each other about small and simple things, of the sheep they tend to, of the weather, of the stars overhead. They collect up dry branches and they begin to make a campfire. They arrange that wood carefully. They place some tinder among the wood. They light that fire as it sparks to life with warmth and comfort, sending shadows dancing across the landscape. In the distance, the French hens settle into the branches of a tree, softly cooing, before they'll settle down for the night. The stars twinkle overhead, like a million tiny pinpricks of light scattered across the vast expanse. And the 3 friends sit around the fire. Initially in comfortable silence, enjoying the atmosphere around them. And as the evening gets darker and darker, and cooler, they wrap blankets around themselves while they chat and tell stories to one another. And then Al, the eldest of the group, asks a question. In all these years, apart from that night we first felt the spirit of this place. What's been the most profound moment of your life? His question lingers for a while in the air. Reg and Frank gaze at each other, their expressions thoughtful, each mulling the question over in their mind. Al leans back, his eyes moving from one friend to the other as he waits for a reply. The fire crackling softly, the light dancing lazily. Reg smiles softly. I suppose, Reg says, it would have been the birth of my first son. He pauses for a moment, allowing himself to become deeper absorbed in his thoughts. He was born on a day much like this. The air was cold. The stars were bright overhead. But there was a warmth in the room, a kind of warmth I'd never felt before. It wasn't just from the fire in the room. It was from him, from the moment I held him. It was like holding a tiny piece of the sun. I remember looking at him, and it felt like the whole world had shifted. Everything was brighter, sharper, more alive. I could hear every sound, feel every breath, as though the very air around us had slowed down to watch this moment unfold. The first time he laughed, Reg says, his voice catching slightly, it was like hearing music for the first time. And when he took his first steps, it was as if the ground itself was cheering him on. Frank and Al continue listening in silence. And now, Reg continues, when I see him grown into a man, there's still that same light in him. It's a quiet glow, but it's there, and every time I look at him, I feel it again, that same warmth, that same awe, as though the world is still shifting around him, making space for all the moments yet to come. Reg falls silent, gazing off into space, while his mind drifts elsewhere, to a place where he's standing in a field watching his son run ahead of him, the sun setting behind them, casting long shadows across the earth. It's a memory that holds him gently, like the soft glow of a candle in the dark, and he lets it linger for a moment longer, before drifting back to his friends. The fire continues to crackle softly, its golden flickering light continuing to dance on the ground and stretch into the stillness of the night. Al shifts in his seat as he prepares to share his story. He gazes into the fire. It was many years ago, he begins. I was young then, much younger than I am now. I just started tending my own flock, trying to prove myself, trying to make my way in the world. A storm came faster than I expected. The clouds gathered overhead, thick and dark, like great ships sailing across the sky. Before I knew it, the wind was howling through the trees and the rain began to fall in great sheets so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I was lost. The storm had swept me up. I had no idea which way to go. The trees creaked and groaned all around me. The wind pushed against me. And the rain, it was like the world itself was trying to wash me away. Al gazed off as he absorbed himself deeper in his story. And then, out of nowhere, he appeared. I couldn't see his face clearly, but there was something about him. Something calm, something certain. He didn't speak much, just gestured for me to follow, and I did. I followed him through the storm, through the wind and the rain. He moved with such ease, like the storm didn't touch him at all. He led me back to the edge of the woods, back to safety. And just as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone. I turned to thank him, but there was no one there. The storm had calmed, the rain had stopped, and the air was still. But he was gone. To this day, I don't know who he was or where he came from, but I'll never forget the feeling he left behind. It was like the warmth of the fire spreading through me, a sense of calm, of safety, like I was held in something greater than myself. Frank isn't a man of many words, but having listened to Al's story, he knows it's his turn to speak next. I suppose, Frank begins, if I had to pick one moment, it would be the time when I nearly lost everything. My farm had fallen on hard times. The crops failed. The sheep were thin and the debts, well, they kept piling up. I was on the verge of losing the land, losing everything that my father and grandfather had built. I thought there was no way out. I tried everything, worked harder than I ever had, but nothing seemed to change. And just when I thought I would lose it all, a stranger appeared. He didn't say much, but he came to me, offered to pay off my debts. I didn't know him, had never seen him before, and yet there he was with an offer that seemed too good to be true. I accepted. I had no choice, and when I asked him why he was helping me, he just smiled and said, "Because you needed it." He didn't ask for anything in return, didn't leave his name, and when I tried to find him later, he was gone as though he'd never been there at all. Ever since that day, I've carried the belief that kindness is like a fire. It spreads, it's warm, and it doesn't ask for anything in return. For a moment, there's only silence. The kind of silence that soothes, a deep, calming quiet that invites reflection and peace. The three friends have shared their stories, each one a gift shared around the fire. Their words now a part of the air, the land, and the night. Reg leans back, gazing up at the constellations overhead, the stars twinkling so softly, as though winking at the earth. Al and Frank sit beside him, breathing slow and even, feeling a deep sense of comfort and peace. They watch as a shooting star streaks across the sky. It feels almost like time is standing still. They exchange some quiet glances with each other, feeling no need for words. Just enjoying their friendship and their time together. The three of them head to their tents as the fire has burned down to embers. They sit in the entrance to their tents, talking softly with each other for a little while, all feeling increasingly tired. Talking as they wait for the fire to fully burn out. And once the fire is fully burned down, and nothing but warmth remains, they say good night to each other, head into their tents and seal their tents, wrap themselves up warm for the night, and drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow yourself to relax and allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And it's Christmas Eve and a girl is in a car, and the world outside the car is quiet, wrapped in the crispness of winter. The air is cold, turning any breath into delicate clouds that float upwards before disappearing softly into the night. Snowflakes are tumbling lazily through the sky, each flake drifting and dancing in the beams of street lamps, and they settle soundlessly on rooftops and tree branches, turning the world into the most magical scene. And inside the car, the girl is nestled warmly in her coat and scarf, her cheeks still slightly pink from the cold outside. The hum of the engine feeling so comforting, like the gentle purring of a cat. And her parents are in the front, their voices low and soft, adding to that deeper sense of calm. And she leans her head gently against the window, where her breath creates a fine mist, and she peers out at the world. And Christmas lights glow from every house that they pass, wrapped around trees and rooftops, twinkling like stars caught in the branches. There's a quiet rhythm to it all, as if the lights themselves are breathing softly, pulsing with the rhythm of the night. And the girl smiles and turns to her parents, her voice breaking the peaceful hum of the car. I spy with my little eye something green. Her parents, warm with the joy of the evening, play along. A Christmas tree, her mother guesses, her voice light and playful. The girl shakes her head, giggling a little. Nope. It's the reindeer, the one in the garden over there, she exclaims, pointing at a glowing reindeer decoration that stands proudly in front of a house, its soft green light glowing warmly under the snow, as though it too is part of the magic of the night. They continue the game as the car weaves through the snowy streets. She spots candles flickering in windows, wreaths adorned with ribbons, trees standing tall. Her father guesses wrong deliberately, his overdramatic disappointment making her giggle even more. Soon her thoughts begin to wander. The night feels magical and her mind drifts to one of her favourite questions. She gazes out at the passing houses, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asks, what happens to the toys when the shop closes? Her father catches her eyes in the rearview mirror and smiles. He takes his time before answering, as if he's considering something very important. Well, he says, after the doors are locked and the lights go out, the toys come to life. They've been waiting all day for that moment. The girl's eyes widen with delight. They really come to life, she asks, leaning even closer to the window as if she might catch a glimpse of this secret world. Her father nods, his voice gentle with the kind of magic that belongs only to Christmas. Oh yes, they have their own little town inside the shop. They laugh, they dance. They even have adventures of their own. The girl's imagination flares to life. She pictures the toy shop, quiet and still during the day, but at night becomes something extraordinary. Her father's words settle deep in her mind, painting pictures of toy-sized streets and lively adventures as though they're memories of something she's always known. The streetlights flicker by and her thoughts drift. Her father's tale growing roots in her mind, like a dream just waiting to bloom. And the car moves so smoothly over the snow-covered road, its tires barely making a sound. Inside, the warmth wraps around the girl like the most comfortable blanket. The steady hum of the engine, low, soothing, as though the world outside is slowing down and inviting her to relax even deeper. And the streetlights continue to flicker past, casting their light across the windscreen, the glow moving across the glass in slow, rhythmic waves, as if time is stretching and melting, elongating the moments between each wave. Each light sweeping over the car guides the girl deeper and deeper into a peaceful place in her mind, her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, the world outside blurring into a soft blend of colours, the white snow, the warm golden lights, the deep blue of the night sky, the snowflakes falling and drifting softly and lazily through the air. And as the girl watches those streetlights flicker by, almost mesmerised by the rhythm of the night, it almost feels hypnotic and starts to match the gentle rise and fall of her breath, in and out, in and out. The car humming softly, guiding her deeper and deeper into relaxation. Her mind drifts and floats away from the game of I Spy and into a world of imagination. The toy shop, the toys coming to life. It starts to feel so real. She can almost see them, hear the soft murmur of their laughter, feel the anticipation as they wait to wake for the night. Her breathing slowing, her eyelids fluttering closed. Gently, softly, drifting to sleep. And in her dream, she's standing in front of a toy shop, its windows glowing with the last flickers of holiday light. The glass gleams warmly, casting the most pleasant golden light on the snow-covered pavement. She recognises that this toy shop is the one she visited earlier in the day. The shelves filled with dolls and plush animals and toys of all shapes and sizes. But here, in her dream, everything feels different. Time has slowed as though the whole world is taking a deep, comfortable breath. The wooden sign above the door swings gently in the breeze. The hum of the world outside fades into a gentle stillness, setting over the street. She watches as the light inside the shop begins to dim. One by one, the lights go out, and the toys are bathed in a soft half-light as though the shop itself is preparing for something. For a moment everything is still, and then, from the edges of the shelves, a soft glow begins to shimmer, faint at first, but growing brighter. The toys, which have been still and quiet all day, now begin to stir. It's a slow, gentle awakening. Plush animals stretch their limbs, as if shaking off a long sleep. Dolls blink their eyes. Soldiers standing tall on shelves adjust the uniforms with precision. The aisles between the shelves begin to shift, the walls gently pulling back, expanding into something new. What was once a simple row of toys transforms into streets lined with tiny houses made from blocks, puzzle pieces and toy boxes. The shelves stretch higher, and the shop itself seems to breathe, expanding and shifting into a whole world of its own. It's no longer just a shop. It's now a magical town glowing softly with life. The girl feels a deep sense of wonder. Everything feels slow, gentle, as if the toys are moving to the rhythm of a quiet melody that only they can hear. Laughter rises softly, full of joy as toys of every kind come together in the streets, greeting one another after a long day of waiting. Plush animals bounce along the streets, their fur warm and soft, their eyes gleaming with happiness. Dolls in dresses twirl, their skirts swirling around them in gentle arcs, while soldiers march in graceful steps. Everything moves in slow motion. The girl's never seen anything quite like this, and yet something about it feels so familiar, as though this magical world was always meant to exist, hidden just beneath the surface of the everyday. Among the bustling toy streets, the girl notices a soft, fluffy teddy bear standing at the edge of the street. The teddy's golden fur glows warmly in the light, and its round, kind eyes shine with a sparkle of quiet adventure. It looks out over the magical town with a thoughtful expression, as if thinking about something important. Its soft paws rest at its sides, but its stance holds a gentle, determined energy. The teddy glances around as if searching for something, and soon spots a small group of toys nearby, a jack-in-the-box, a graceful ballerina, and a sturdy, wind-up soldier. The jack-in-the-box bounces over gently, the lid creaking softly as it moves with excitement. The ballerina stands poised, her delicate arms arched above her head, her tutu fluttering slightly in the dreamlike air. The soldier, standing tall, watches over them with a steady, protective gaze. The teddy steps forward, gathering the toys into a small circle. The girl watches, her heart quiet with curiosity, as the teddy speaks in a soft, gentle voice. There's a sense of purpose in its words, not rushed, but filled with a quiet urgency. Something important must be done tonight. There's a place far beyond these streets, the teddy says. Pixie Dell, it's where the magic is hidden, the fairy dust that can give us life, real life beyond this night. The toys listen, their eyes wide and excited. If we find the fairy dust tonight, we'll never have to wait in the future. We'll be able to live and play with children. We'll be able to be awake always. This is their one chance, their one night to find the magic that will change everything. As they walk through the enchanted streets, the girl watches on. There's something beautiful, something deeply calming about the way the toys move, the way they embark on their quest with such gentle determination. The toys walk side by side, heading towards something magical, something just out of reach. They come upon an old wooden door, tucked away at the edge of the town. Unlike the other doors, which are painted brightly and neatly, this one is older, half covered in ivy and mistletoe. The wood is worn smooth, but it feels so inviting. The teddy steps forward first, glances back at the others, and pulls the door open. Behind the door is a shimmering portal. Its silvery light moving gently, glistening and glowing, like moonlight on a pond. One by one, the toys step through that portal. As they pass through, the world changes. They find themselves in a new land, even more magical than the toy town they've left behind. Snow falls slowly and silently from the sky, each flake seeming to hang in the air longer than it should, twinkling softly in the dim light. Everything seems to have a dreamlike glow to it. The air feels crisp and fresh, yet slightly warmer, and it smells faintly of cinnamon and pine, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to the senses. The ground is soft with powdered snow that feels almost like walking on clouds. Every movement they make is slow and deliberate. The trees that line this magical land seem to tower higher above them, branches draped with twinkling lights glowing from within, and the toys gaze around in wonder, their eyes wide with the beauty of this world. There's something deeply peaceful here, something that makes each step feel lighter and more relaxed. In the distance, the teddy spots something shimmering at the far end of the path. They move together towards that, and as they continue to journey deeper into this land, they eventually discover a glimmering, shining, sparkling river. Its surface as smooth and still as glass. The water seems to glow faintly. The toys gaze into the river, and on the banks of that river they notice glowing creatures. Their bodies twinkling like fireflies, drifting lazily along the water's edge. And they seem to be watching the toys with gentle curiosity. And the teddy bear and their friends continue along the edge of this river. Each step like walking deeper into the heart of magic. And they reach a clearing, a beautiful glade bathed in soft light. And at the heart of this glade is Pixie Dell that they've been seeking. They see that the fairy dust they are after is just scattered across the ground like stardust, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. The teddy kneels down, its paws sifting through the fairy dust, feeling its delicate, almost weightless texture. The toys begin to gather the dust, excited by the magic they're collecting. And the dust begins to twinkle and shine and sparkle. And once they've gathered all that dust, they start to head back the way they came. They head all the way back to that portal, through the portal, back into that magical town. The streets are quiet, with the townfolk waiting for them. The teddy bear, holding the dust carefully, leads the way. All the toys are gathered along the streets. Different toy animals and dolls and wooden figures, all moving along the streets and gathering in the town centre. And as the group arrive at the town centre. The air seems so still, and the teddy begins to sprinkle that fairy dust over the toys, and the dust drifts down like snowflakes, filling the air with a faint tinkling sound, like the sound of distant chimes. And the dust floats slowly and gently, settling over each toy with a warmth that feels like a gentle embrace. And as the dust touches them, the toys feel something stirring inside them, a slow, gentle warmth spreading from their hearts, filling them with a soft light, peaceful glow, reflecting the magic of the fairy dust. And they discover they're no longer bound by the limits of their world. They'll be able to wake, to play, to live beyond this night. The thought fills them with joy and contentment. And as the last of the fairy dust settles, the air grows softer and warmer. The golden glow begins to blur. The entire town seems to be melting into a dream. The girl, still part of the dream, feels herself floating gently, as though the magic is carrying her deeper and deeper into the heart of sleep. The scene around her softens, like watercolours blending on a page. She can feel the warmth of the toy's joy, the happiness they exude. The sounds of this toy town begin to fade, becoming quieter and quieter. The girl's breathing slows as she sinks deeper and deeper into a comfortable sleep. And the glow of the toy town fades into the background, until all that's left is a warm golden comfort. And she feels herself drifting pleasantly into a more peaceful sleep, and the world outside is so calm and gentle, and the girl wakes wrapped in the warmth of her blankets, to the sound of 4 cawing blackbirds perched outside her bedroom window. Their song is soft, mingling gently with the quiet of the morning, the first light of day. Aware she must have been asleep in the car and carried in by a parent to bed, and managed to sleep through the experience. And curious about that toy shop, the sense of that dream lingering in her mind. She feels that she can almost hear the soft hum of that toy shop. She can almost see the streets glowing with life. the toys on their mission. It's Christmas morning and she races downstairs. She bounds into the living room, and beneath the tree, presents are stacked neatly, wrapped in bright paper and ribbons. A family gathered around, talking softly and friendly. She sits on the floor cross-legged, touching the different presents and the ribbons. And with her family, she begins to unwrap her gifts. And among the toys and books, one present catches her eye. A small, neatly wrapped box with a simple red ribbon. And she pulls it onto her lap, carefully unties the bow, and as she peels away the paper, she gives a gentle gasp. It's a teddy bear, golden and soft, with round, twinkling eyes that seem to hold a secret just for her. She feels her heart skip a beat as she recognizes it's the teddy from her dream, the one who led the toys through the portal, who sprinkled that fairy dust and brought the magic to life. She hugs that bear tightly, burying her face in its soft fur, holding on to its warmth, its magic, feeling a deep and instant connection as she squeezes it close, feeling happiness settle over her, as though the dream is still with her. The teddy's eyes twinkle, and deep inside her heart she feels something warm and familiar. She holds it tighter, and for a moment it's as though that dream had never ended. Then Christmas Day passes with warmth and joy. The house filled with laughter, the scents of festive meals, the family sharing stories, unwrapping gifts, and the teddy bear stays by her side all day, tucked gently under her arm as she moves from room to room. And as the day begins to fade into evening, and the sunlight melts away into the horizon, she's aware that it's bedtime. She heads upstairs to the sound of the ticking clock. Her parents kiss her goodnight, their voices soft as they wish her sweet dreams. She feels their love wrapping around her. They turn out the light, with just the faintest glow coming from outside. And she begins to drift and float asleep. And the teddy bear, once still, blinks softly, its eyes twinkling with magic. It looks around the room, carefully pulls the covers up around itself, tucks them snugly under its chin, before glancing over lovingly but the girl sleeping beside it, and she's already in a deep sleep, breathing slow and steady. And the teddy smiles, shifts a little closer to her, and with a quiet sigh, closes its eyes and drifts deeply and peacefully asleep. And as they drift and float to sleep, so they sleep soundly to the magic of Christmas lingering in the air, drifting peacefully asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And Vera steps outside, the cold air tickling her cheeks, a scarf pulled snugly around her neck. And as she walks in the brisk winter wind, feeling the weight of her coat resting on her shoulders, protecting her from the cold, she enjoys the feeling of being out on this chilly winter afternoon. There are grey clouds hanging overhead, stretching way off to the horizon. Streets are quiet and still. The houses stand so silently, their windows reflecting the afternoon light. And smoke rises from the various chimneys, barely visible against the backdrop of grey clouds. And Vera inhales deeply and comfortably, feeling the sensation of the cold air. As she breathes that in, it passes in through her nose, down into her body, and then breathes out, a cloud of air warmer than the surrounding air. Noticing that faint scent of burning wood mixed with the crispness of frost. As the smell from the various fires within the houses mingles with the cold air outside. And although windy and overcast, there's a certain peacefulness and stillness to the world around her, with very few people moving around. Almost like there's a solitude enveloping everything, as if the world is wrapped in a blanket of calm. And as she continues to walk, the sound of each step on the cold stone beneath her feet, she enjoys the sound as she occasionally walks over fallen leaves, that gentle crunching sound. And after a while of walking, she can see the first flicker of light in the distance from the Christmas market down in the town. And she enjoys each year coming along to this Christmas market. The various stalls, the soft glow of fairy lights strung between those stalls, the decorations, the music, giving the town such a cosy, calming feel. And Vera feels that this sight just brings her such joy. And there's a bit more warmth here in the market. The chestnuts roasting, with some outdoor seating spaces, with fires for warmth. And she begins to explore the market to the backdrop of the murmur of the voices around her, the sounds of the different traders trying to get customers' attention. Some of the stalls have lanterns hanging delicately within them, creating flickering shadows, dancing around the inside of marquees and small tents, and across the cobblestoned path. And as she walks, she passes a stall containing cakes, smells that scent of the different cakes, the spiced wintry cakes. Another stall with mulled wine. Continuing walking, she can smell the scent of cinnamon, orange zest, and other sweet smells. And while walking around this market, she hears singing and sees a small choir singing familiar carols. With a small circle of people enjoying the performance. And Vera always enjoys the way that the market transforms the dullness of winter into something so beautiful, with the soft glow of the lights. The way everyone seems so friendly and happy to see each other, and the joy of the festive decorations. And she continues looking around these stalls, and while walking around, she can see children playing, children walking along holding parents' hands and grandparents' hands, couples with their hands intertwined, and some wrapping each other up into their arms for warmth as they explore the market, pointing at different items, making purchases, admiring the different stalls. And as she explores, so she eventually finds her attention drawn to a stall selling delicate glass ornaments, each one glowing and glistening so beautifully under the lantern's light, seeming to almost shimmer and sparkle. These glass ornaments, handmade, so fragile and intricate. Some shaped as Christmas tree decorations like snowflakes, their edges seeming so fine and almost too delicate to touch. And she thinks of how difficult it must have been to make such ornaments by hand. And while exploring, now with a bag with a well wrapped up glass ornament within it, she can smell the scent of pine needles and the other scents around her. As she approaches the centre of the market, where there's a tall Christmas tree wrapped in decorations and baubles and Christmas lights, gently pulsing and changing. And people stood around taking photographs of this Christmas tree, and others doing their best to walk around those who are taking photographs. And the scene seems so magical, so calming, as the light continues to dim around her. As the afternoon draws on, and the sky is still overcast, and so she can't actually see the sun passing across the sky, but she can notice that the light around her is dimming. And Vera heads over to a small cafe, tucked delicately between two stools. She sits on the cold wooden bench at a wooden table as she's served a cup of tea and a cake. Then she looks around her and watches the world pass by. While gently holding that cup between her hands, feeling its warmth spread gently through her fingers. Drifting into her mind as she lazily drinks that drink. The steam from the drink rising and meeting with the cold air before dispersing as people continue to explore the market. And as she rests there, drinking that drink, so her thoughts begin to drift to memories of different times, to recalling family home life growing up, a small, cozy home filled with warmth. The sights and sounds and scents as her parents decorated the house for winter. The warm, crackling log fire in the living room. The twinkling lights hung around the room, the decorations on the tree. And she allows herself to be absorbed in those memories, enjoying the pleasant experience in her mind. Now all grown up, and much, much older than back then. Her family are spread all over the place. But on Christmas Day, they all come together to enjoy time with each other, enjoy a cozy roast dinner. And she gets to enjoy her grandchildren, running through the rooms, playing, watching them open their presents. And as her mind drifts and floats, so she recalls a set of 5 golden napkin rings she was bought last year. And she thinks about how she'll have to seek those rings out, to lay out the dining room table, and she looks forward to seeing her family, having them all coming together at the same place at the same time. And after finishing her drink, she sets back off from this cafe, heading back, exploring the market. As she explores, so she buys some veg and the meat and other items for the Christmas dinner. She picks up a few items, like last-minute presents for her family, that she just happened to see in this market. Handmade goods she knows they won't be able to get anywhere else. She finds a set of the most beautiful napkins and feels they'll go nicely with the gold rings she received last year. And so she then heads back through the market as the sun is now fully set and the evening has set in so comfortably. And she heads home with her goods. She does some of the preparation for Christmas Day's dinner. She relaxes in front of the fire for a while before heading to bed, drifting and floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day, on Christmas Day, she continues to prepare the Christmas dinner. She makes sure the house looks so cozy, so calming and festive. as the family members turn up. And as they turn up, so they greet her so happily, sometimes with gifts, sometimes with just an item or two to eat or drink through the day. And Vera mixes and mingles with her family, while at times being in the kitchen, preparing the food. But having done some preparation beforehand, this helps her to be able to spend more time with her family. Then she pops up to the bedroom to get the presents that she has wrapped for her family, and takes them downstairs and places them under the tree. And other family members with presents place what they've brought along under the tree too. And then late afternoon, they all sit around the table, enjoying the meal. And after the first course, they pull the crackers, wear the crowns, tell each other ridiculous jokes, look at the different items found within the crackers, enjoying each other's company. Before then enjoying the main meal, then the dessert, and then by late afternoon they sit around in the living room, the children on the floor near the Christmas tree, the adults in the chairs, trying not to fall asleep to their full stomachs. And they go around asking the children to take one present at a time and pass them from under the Christmas tree to the relevant person. And they enjoy taking it in turns to watch each other open their presents and watch the children open their presents. And by the early evening, the children are playing with their presents. The adults are all talking, catching up with each other, sharing stories, occasionally reminiscing, laughing, and sometimes just sitting there relaxing with a drink. And then as the evening moves on, so the different sets of family members say their goodbyes and set off on their journeys back home. And after everyone has gone and the evening's getting later, Vera, feeling deep contentment in her heart, finishes tidying away and cleaning up before relaxing down for a while, enjoying the peace and quiet, the cozy feeling of resting, and thinking back on the family she's seen today, before then heading to bed, where she drifts and floats so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And this story is about an owl who lives in a forest. And it's Christmas Eve. And there's a layer of snow glistening under the fading twilight. And the sky is a deep, beautiful blue. As the last of the day fades away, and the stars blink to life, and high in the branches of an ancient oak tree sits an owl, silent and motionless, her golden eyes wide and watchful, catching the glow of the rising moon. And the owl surveys the sleeping world beneath her, the air so crisp and sharp, laced with the most beautiful scent of the pine, and a freshness to the cold air. And as the occasional breeze catches the trees, so some of the snow gently floats to the ground, like dusting settling lazily through the air. And the owl blends so well with the bark of the tree, barely visible to passers-by. And the landscape looks so gentle and calm as night sets in, and it's as if everything is preparing to sleep. The occasional breeze making the trees gently rock, and far off in the distance is a brook trickling through this forest, the edges of which are covered with ice, the sound barely audible to anyone but an owl. The snow cushioning any reflections of sounds, absorbing the echoes. The night deepening around the forest, the stillness almost palpable. A deep sense of peace and calm. The occasional distant sound of birds as they settle into the trees for the night, and other sounds of other creatures, and some sounds of creatures waking for the night. and the owl drops off the branch, spreads their wings, and silently and gracefully slices through the cool air, flying through this forest, looking down upon the landscape. The silvery light of the moon reflecting like diamonds across the snow. Shadows under the trees dancing, and the very slight occasional breeze. The landscape giving a serene beauty. The owl flying so effortlessly, barely moving their wings. As she flies, she sees a den with a fox coming out of that den, and she can sense that there are other foxes still wrapped up, warm and comfy within the den. She follows the brook as it leads down to a lake. And as she flies over the lake, its stillness makes it reflect almost like a mirror. And she lands on a branch of a tree near the lake. As she watches 6 geese swimming around in that lake. And then she notices those geese leaving the lake, heading to their nests. And she watches on with intrigue, curious about what's happening with those geese. And then she sees that there are other animals heading over towards those geese. The badger, the fox she saw earlier, a deer, a squirrel. These various animals from within the forest are all heading to those geese. And then they stand around the geese. And as she watches on, and those geese are resting there on those nests, and the owl notices that each one is laying an egg. And the circle of animals seem to have bought different items from throughout the forest, moss and twigs, to help pad out each nest, to help support those newly laid eggs in surviving through the winter. And the owl watches each egg being laid, and those 6 geese lay those eggs, and rest on those eggs, keeping them warm, looking after those eggs until they're ready to hatch. And as the days pass on, from day to day through the winter, So those geese remain on those eggs, and the animals of the forest come and go to keep an eye on those geese and those eggs, supporting those geese through this process, before eventually one day the eggs begin to hatch as the snow begins to clear. And once all of the eggs have hatched, so the owl can see all those geese on that lake, the animals watching on, praising this new life in the forest. And after a night of relaxing and watching the goings on of these geese, the owl settles down and drifts and floats so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And the morning begins to unfurl slowly, the sky transforming as the sun begins to rise, the world still quiet, as if perhaps wrapped in the softness of a dream. The only movement is the serene glide of two adult swans across a river, which reflects the glow of the morning sky. Their long necks curve with such grace, so gentle, each movement sending the laziest ripples across the still water. And behind those two adult swans are 5 small cygnets following along, their fluffy grey forms bobbing delicately on the water's surface as they paddle with hesitant, almost jerky movements. In an awkward kind of way, still learning how to copy their parents' strokes. The air is so crisp and fresh, and there are trees lining the riverbank with newly green leaves dancing in the breeze. With spring finally arriving, following the memory of winter, with daisies and buttercups and wildflowers spread through the meadow around the river. And the scent of those flowers, the sight of those flowers, the movement of the grasses as the wind gently tickles the surface of the land. And as the sun continues to climb higher into the sky, the swans continue swimming. And as those swans swim, so the sounds of nature envelop them. The rustling leaves of trees, the hum of bees, the soft lapping of water. Eventually, as those cygnets continue to grow up, summer arrives, warming the water, filling the landscape with the most beautiful light, and life stretched everywhere. The cygnet's grey feathers showing hints of white, as they change towards the swans they'll soon become. Bees busily visiting different wildflowers, birds darting between trees. The world seeming so alive and vibrant. Each day stretching so long, feeling almost like a day will last forever. And the swans find themselves absorbed in the rhythm of the day, while moving so lazily and relaxed through the water. Finding that water so refreshing under the summer sun. And in the summer afternoons, the swans continue to drift lazily down the river, enjoying the tall grasses, the soft breeze, the way the air moves across the surface of the water. And while swimming by the bank of the river, their feathers brush against the grasses, and the swans leave the water and head up onto the land, waddling along the land, exploring the land around this river. And taking some time to rest on the side of the river, almost drifting pleasantly into dreams. And then as summer continues on, it passes into autumn, with days shortening, a cool nip tickling the air, leaves darkening and browning, and turning more rustly as they hang in the trees, before finding their way from the branches to the ground, the water cooling, the days shortening, as the swan family glides across the river with deliberate, delicate movements. The landscape around, now different to how it looked before. Leaves surrounding the riverbank that crunch underfoot. A certain stillness to the environment that helps them sink deeper and more peacefully into the calmness of the moment. The air becoming more crisp, as the swans continue to explore their river, as they have done all year. Aware of how, as they glide along the river, the landscape has changed from the lush greens to the golden colours and the browns that inhabit the landscape now. From the long, warm days to the cool softness of the current days. And there's something they find magical about journeying downstream, about noticing the way the world around them shifts and changes with time. As they drift deeper and become more absorbed in the beauty of every moment of every day, aware of the different bird sounds they've heard through the year, how these have changed as different birds arrive and leave at different points across the year. As the sun sinks lower in the sky, long shadows cast across the water. The swans moving in harmony with nature. Drifting deeper and deeper into the quiet of the environment. As autumn transitions softly to winter, with the first snow beginning to fall, so gracefully and delicately, with soft wisps of snowflakes gliding down to the ground, each flake suspended in a spiral of time, descending so softly and slowly, as if considering where the best place to land is, while the swans continue to paddle through the cool water, watching the world around them transform like the colour being drained from the landscape as the snow falls. Each snowflake like a tiny star, descending in a dreamlike way to create the softest blanket of white across this landscape. The sky, a comfortable grey, blending the horizon between the earth and the sky, almost making it feel like the two are connected, while the swans continue to enjoy exploring their river and the way their home changes through time. And the swans step out of the river and explore the snowy shore, the way their wide feet leave soft impressions in that untouched snow. Their steps not sinking in quite as deep as they imagined they would. The air so still, so peaceful, as if time itself is standing still, as if the world is drifting deeper and deeper into its own dream. The swans exploring in an unhurried way, and as winter continues on, so the edge of the river begins to develop a little area of ice, and the swans are large enough that their bodies can break that ice with ease, the way it cracks as they lean against it, or if they step on it. The water feeling thicker as the coldness of the environment sets in. But the swans being unbothered by the experience, just enjoying the changes, enjoying this new world with a deep sense of curiosity. And as night unfolds and the moon rises, casting its silvery glow across the landscape, the swans glide effortlessly across the river, each stroke continuing to send gentle ripples out across this river to the shore. Having a sense that their movement and presence is sending ripples out through time, and they glide through the water with such harmony and ease, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility and stillness around them. And then the swans find the perfect place to settle down. They leave the river, find that sheltered spot, tuck themselves in, tuck their heads under their wing, huddled together for warmth and comfort, before closing their eyes, considering how the next stage is another spring, and they'll all probably go their separate ways, and find new families as they relax down, huddle up, and drift and float, so peacefully and relaxed asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And the night is still, and it's the winter solstice, and the stars seem to be hanging so delicately in the sky, and there is frost clinging gently to the branches of trees, to leaves, to blades of grass. The cold air hangs so heavily and peaceful in the night sky. There's a stillness to this environment, and in the heart of this stillness is a lantern, but it's no ordinary lantern. This lantern was created with starlight. The lantern flickers with that starlight, almost like evoking a lullaby within. And this lantern rises from the ground, almost as if carried on an invisible current of air. It floats over the sleeping world below, its light shimmering and dancing as it goes. And this lantern is a magical lantern. It floats above the land, listening to the thoughts of those below, to their wishes, to their unspoken desires. And the lantern moves through the night sky, so calmly, so relaxing, with barely anyone paying it attention. And far below, as it drifts above, nestled among some rolling hills, is a farm. The fields stretch out so softly, quietly. The sounds of cows breathing, and the sight of 8 maids milking. And among those maids is a young woman, and her hands are moving automatically as her mind drifts far away. And while lost in her thoughts, occasionally gazing up at the sky, she has a wish. She isn't speaking. And it's only a few days to Christmas. And every year, she finds herself here tending to the cows, while her family gathers without her. And she has just one simple wish: to spend Christmas with her family, to have just a single day where she can laugh and share in the warmth of the gathering, rather than working out here on the farm. And as that lantern continues to drift by silently, the woman feels a warmth on her skin, a sprig of hope, a light enveloping her. She feels that there's something different now, but is unsure what. And that lantern continues to pass over, continuing to gather up more wishes. It floats so effortlessly through the night sky, listening to the whispers of people's minds. Below, noticing children running across snow-covered streets, boots crunching with each step, cheeks flushed from the cold, eyes shining with happiness, snowballs flying through the air, exploding in powdery clouds as they strike their targets. A group of the children huddled together with snow-clad mittens while working together to roll a giant snowball to be the base of a snowman. And beneath the joyful sounds of those children, the lantern senses something more. One of the boys, with a crooked hat and a scarf trailing behind him, is lost in thought, gazing at the sky. The other children around him, playing, laughing, conversing, all talking of Christmas and presents and stockings, of sweets and biscuits. And that one boy longs for something more. They'll see their parents at Christmas. The parents will spend time with them at Christmas. But they would like their parents around to spend time with them more than just Christmas Day, to tell them stories, to enjoy the warmth as a family. They know that their parents work really hard, very long hours away from home, to make sure they can provide for them as a family. And they never complain. They just wish that they could have more time together as a family. And that child begins to feel a warmth of light envelop them, as if something's changing, while that lantern gathers up the wishes and dreams. It continues its journey, heading away from a village, heading deeper into the night. The sounds of the children laughing and playing, drifting into the background. And beyond the village, where the cottages grow sparse and the land stretches out into the most pleasant undulating fields, there's a small solitary cottage nestled gently at the edge of some woodland, its roof covered in a blanket of snow, a stream of smoke lazily curling from the chimney. The cottage feels so still, as if time itself has slowed to match the steady crackling of logs burning on the fire within the main room of that cottage. And there's an elderly woman sitting by that fire in her old chair, that chair creaking softly as she rests back, her hands folded over her lap, her eyes tired, but almost mesmerized by the dancing fire, the way it flickers, the shadows and light. A cold cup of tea sitting untouched on a small table beside her. The lamp detects a peacefulness here, but it's a silence of absence, of loneliness. The lamp is drawn in by that quiet longing lingering gently in the air. The woman doesn't speak. She's barely spoken about her thoughts for years, but her heart feels deeply. She longs for company, for someone to share quiet nights with, someone to sit by the fire with, to fill the silence with stories, with laughter, with the comfort of the presence of others. And it's at this time, approaching Christmas, where she's really reminded of her longings. And that lantern continues to drift by, and the woman feels a warmth, a comfort, a softness spread through her body. As the lantern absorbs her wishes and dreams. And continues its journey, heading deeper and deeper into the expanse of the countryside. And as it continues out into the countryside, so it detects a lone shepherd standing like a shadowy figure within the snowy expanse. His flock of sheep moving slowly, their thick wool coats blending with that snow. The only sound breaking the silence being the soft bleats of those sheep. The shepherd's eyes weary but calm. His mind worrying about caring for these animals during these harsh winter months. The lantern passing overhead, and the shepherd, lost in thought, wishing just for the safety of his flock. As that lantern continues passing by, absorbing wishes and dreams, continuing over another village nestled deep in a valley, hearing the sound of metal striking metal, the rhythmic clang of the hammer. And inside a small forge, lit by the glow of an intense fire, is a blacksmith working late into the night. The heat from that forge pushing back any cold from the day. And this blacksmith is a man of deep strength and skill, an expert at crafting tools and weapons. And as he continues to work in that forge, that lantern passes overhead, and he feels a warmth, not connected to the warmth of the fire. This blacksmith wishes deep within his heart that he could stop having to keep making tools and weapons, and instead create something beautiful, something delicate, something creative, something that shares a part of himself that will perhaps live on long after he does. And that lantern continues drifting by, and that lantern drifts deeper and deeper through the night before heading over to some ancient woodland. And it lowers down into that woodland, begins to pass through the tall trees, its light reflecting off the trunks of those trees, the leaves overhead, the rustling branches. And in the very centre of this woodland is a simple cabin. The lantern hovers at the cabin. The cabin door gently creaks open, and from within the cabin emerges a sage, and this old man with silver hair and long flowing robes reaches out, takes hold of that lantern, takes it into the cabin. He sits down with the lantern, closes his eyes, holding that lantern, feeling the warmth of the light passing from the lantern down both his hands, deep within his body. And he listens to that lantern through the light. And as he listens, one by one, he receives the wishes from within the lantern, each one like a soft melody playing in his mind. He sees the wish of the maid's desire to spend Christmas with her family. Such a simple and heartfelt wish. And with a soft breath out, ripples of magic spread from within the sage into the world outside. And far away on that farm, a neighbouring family wakes up with a sudden urge to help, to offer assistance, to offer to take over her chores for that day, to give the farmer's daughter a chance to spend Christmas with her family. He perceives the wish of the child, longing for more time with their parents, and time together with family. But the parents, worrying about having to work long hours to provide for their family. And with an out breath, magic spreads out around the land, and the parents' bosses awaken with a thought of giving a slight raise and offering for the parents to work fewer hours while still earning enough to provide for their families, allowing the parents to spend more time with their children. And the sage picks up on the wishes of the elderly lady, relaxing by her fire. The magic passes out from that sage with an out breath, spreads through the land to some of the elderly lady's relatives, who suddenly stir with thoughts that they've not seen her for a while, and that perhaps they should visit more often. And spend time together. And then the sage picks up on the wishes of the blacksmith and spreads magic out with an out breath. to a nearby manor where a husband awakens with this thought of an idea of some metalwork, of an object they would like created for their wife, an intricate, creative ornament, and that they're going to go to the local blacksmith to pay them handsomely to do that work, and that if they do that work, they'll tell all their friends. And they'll show their friends, and their wife will show their friends. And then they may well get many more similar commissions to do creative pieces of work. And the sage rests back, having gone through helping to grant the wishes of those around them. And they let go and release the lantern, which drifts back off towards the door. The sage heads over and opens the door as that lantern leaves to continue to gather up wishes. And the sage, with a sense of fulfillment and happiness they can be helpful, settles back down again by that fire. The maid, enjoying time with her family. The child, enjoying having their parents around more. The lonely elderly lady, enjoying the company of friends and relatives who haven't visited in years. The blacksmith, enjoying crafting new items, delicately creative items. And as days pass on, so the lantern continues through the year, observing, listening, preparing to gather up dreams and wishes to be granted by the sage in the future. And the sage rests down. And as the fire burns down to embers in the sage's cabin, the sage heads to bed, settles down so comfortable and calmly, and drifts and floats so peacefully asleep into slumberland. So take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And this is a story about Rachel, and she's in a cafe, humming quietly with life. As gentle flickering candle lights within this cafe, and the world outside the cafe is cold and still, and she can watch that world through the large cafe windows. But inside the cafe is warm and comforting, with the gentle murmur of voices, the soft clinking of cutlery and crockery, and hissing of brewing coffee, with that aroma of the coffee filling the cafe. And Rachel is sitting with her friend Sarah at a small wooden table, enjoying a warm cup of drink, engaging in gentle conversation. And Sarah tells Rachel that she's reluctant and nervous about attending a Christmas party. She says that it's just too much for her to handle. She's too nervous mixing and mingling with the others that will be there. Rachel asks her, what is it about the party that worries her so much? And she explains about how it's like everyone else seems to have their own script, seems to know what they're doing, what they need to say. And she gets lost in her fears. She doesn't know how to stand, when she should laugh or smile. She gets overwhelmed watching everyone else, trying to figure out how to be normal. She says with quotation marks. Rachel reassures Sarah that she's not broken and encourages her that she doesn't have to be perfect. And she also doesn't have to attend if she doesn't want to. And Sarah shares that when she attends events, she always feels like she's wearing a mask. Her voice gets caught in her throat, her hands fidget. She feels like everyone's going to see through that mask and know that she's just faking it. From time to time, they gaze out the window at the world passing by, before continuing on in conversation. And the cafe encourages a deep sense of relaxation. As they continue talking, and Sarah shares she just wishes she didn't feel like this. She wishes that she could be just like everyone else, so confident and carefree. Everyone else seems to find it so easy. Rachel shares that perhaps everyone else isn't as confident as they seem. It could be that everyone stood around, sharing a mask, worrying that everyone's going to see through their mask. Sarah shares that she doesn't want anxiety to control her. She doesn't want to restrict her life because of her fears and worries. She wants to work out how to be more comfortable attending things like this party. And Rachel shares that she'll come along with her if she wants. They can do this together. And then there's someone there who she can turn to and engage with and use for an excuse if she needs to leave or just wants to engage in conversation rather than standing around, perhaps on her own. After enjoying their drinks, they wrap up warm and head out of the cafe, walking together steadily through the town outside, heading down to a nearby park, and walking into that park, the air crisp and cool. Leaves crunching underfoot. They sit down on a bench beneath the most beautiful grand oak tree. The bench is initially cold when they sit down, and they continue talking with each other. And Rachel says to Sarah, "Why don't we try something together? Something to help you relax. Just take a moment to close your eyes," Rachel says. And just begin to breathe in, counting to 7. That's it. And then breathe out, counting to 11. That's it, all the way. And with your eyes closed, you can listen to me as you keep breathing in, counting to 7, and breathing out, counting to 11. And notice how, as you breathe in and out in that way, the muscles in your body begin to relax, your mind begins to relax. And while you continue to relax deeply and comfortably into this experience, noticing the way that the air flows into your nostrils and out through your mouth, the temperature of that air, the ebb and flow of the air. You could imagine yourself at that party, and I'm there with you as we walk into the party, and you meet the different people, and you're breathing slowly and gently before you head into the party, and then while you're in the party, keeping your mind slow and calm, hearing the gentle hum of conversations around you, continuing to breathe in this calm way, your body relaxing as you engage with the different people at the party. Before getting to the end of the party, still breathing in this way, saying your goodbyes and heading home. And Rachel quietens down as Sarah's aware of the distant sound of The park around her, the rustling leaves, the birds in the trees. And as her experience comes to an end, she opens her eyes, feeling somehow calmer, like a weight has been lifted or something has shifted gently within her. And the two of them stand up and continue walking. Walking along side by side, seeming to match each other's steps. And a few days later, they meet up again. Only this time, Rachel has agreed to help Sarah to learn a few conversation skills. She says, people love to talk about themselves. All you need to do is just ask them a question that they can answer with more than just yes or no, and then let them tell their story. And just nod along and make noises as if you're listening. Yep. And show some interest in what they're saying. And Sarah shares, but what if I can't think of anything to say? What if I freeze up? And Rachel says, well, that's why we're going to practice. And they sit down together. And Rachel starts to guide Sarah through a role play, taking on different personas. Someone from work, a stranger, perhaps a partner of someone who Sarah's never met before. Someone Sarah knows very well. Sarah initially asks questions in a more hesitant way, but begins to become more comfortable. She asks what you do for fun outside of work. How do you enjoy your time when you're not in work? What have you enjoyed most over this last year? And the more she practices, the easier she finds it to come up with different questions she can ask. And Rachel shares that sometimes someone just won't engage that much, and that's okay. And just say it was great to meet them and say goodbye and move on. And she continues to practice, guided by Rachel, exploring the ebb and flow of conversation. Rachel reassures Sarah that she's doing incredibly well, and that you don't have to be perfect. The most important thing is that you are you. And after a while, they head off again and head home. Sarah feels more confident. Now she feels she's gained a few more skills. And eventually, the night of the party arrives. Sarah still feels nervous, but excited to see how she does. Rachel meets Sarah and they head off for the party together. They stand outside the venue, Sarah grounding herself, preparing herself for this party. She begins to do that deep, comfortable breathing. She begins to tell herself that she's got this, as Rachel looks over and smiles at her, before the two of them head into the party. Smelling the scent of the food in here, the drinks, the sound of music, the hum of conversation. Sarah focusing even deeper on her breathing. Rachel showing support. They head over and grab some drinks before moving towards others to begin to meet them and interact with those here. And Rachel stays close but lets Sarah take the lead, only stepping in if Sarah needs her to. And with a flutter of hesitation, a slight nervousness she might get something wrong, Sarah asks the first person an open-ended question, and seemingly effortlessly, conversation begins to flow without it being forced. She then approaches a small group of colleagues who she's not particularly close to and doesn't talk to them very often. She smiles at them and says hello. She asks them how their evening's going. One of the colleagues engages in conversation, saying how well the evening's going and how much they like the decorations. Another colleague then joins in with a story about how they accidentally spilled some mulled wine on the tablecloth earlier. And that was before she'd started drinking. The colleagues laugh. Sarah feels a part of this group. She forgets for a moment how anxious she thought she would be in this situation. As the conversation continues, Sarah notices that some of these people she's talking to aren't really that intimidating. Some seem to laugh and fidget and stumble over words and make errors, just the same as she does. Some seem to be as nervous as she is. She'd just never really been calm enough in her mind to see that, to see the experiences of others. She was always focused on her own experience and her own nerves. And she finds that conversations are so much easier to have when, instead of being worried about trying to think of how much to say to people and what to say to people, you just listen a lot more than you speak. Let others talk and share their stories and their laughter. And as the music continues to play through the room, many of Sarah's colleagues begin gathering and moving towards the dance floor. She watches as 9 of those female colleagues take to the dance floor in their bright dresses, twirling and swirling with the music, almost letting themselves go and being lost in the music, becoming one with the sounds and the rhythms. And Sarah feels no longing at all to join them on the dance floor. She's proud of the steps she's taken to engage in conversations. Dancing is a step too far, but she can enjoy the dancing from afar. Rachel comes over to Sarah and says they look like they're having so much fun, as they smile and laugh with each other, just observing, enjoying this time at the party. The music flowing through those dancing, and as the night settles down and people seem to be calming down, the occasional person still being on the dance floor, but most people finding small little groups, sitting, talking quietly. It's evident that the party has been a success, that Sarah has been a success, and that now the evening is drawing to an end. And Rachel talks with Sarah, asking her about the party, her thoughts on it, and she shares that she still isn't particularly keen on parties. She wouldn't choose to go to parties unless it's a very special occasion or a one-off occasion. But at least she now knows that for a short period of time she can do this. She can attend a party, engage with people, and then go home at the end of the day, knowing she doesn't have to do the same again for a long time. And as the party comes to an end and many of the people have said their goodbyes and left, Sarah and Rachel say their goodbyes before heading out into the cold night air and heading home. And while walking home, the quiet now feeling more profound, having come out of the party. Rachel shares how proud she is of Sarah. Sarah shares how proud she is of herself. They reach Sarah's front door, stand together for a while talking in the cold, sharp air, say good night to each other. As Sarah opens her door, stands in the doorway watching Rachel walking away before closing that door, and Rachel heads home. Inside the house, Sarah turns on the Christmas tree and a couple of lamps, sits down in a chair, enjoying this period of quiet, cozy warmth. She rests there for a little while before going and changing into pyjamas, grabbing herself a cup of hot chocolate, She receives a message from Rachel to say she's home safely. She responds, thanking her for tonight, before sitting there relaxing, drinking that hot chocolate, feeling the warmth of that hot chocolate spread through her body, sinking deeper and more profoundly into relaxation, and then heading up to bed, enjoying the feeling of resting beneath the covers and relaxing deeply and soundly asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in this bedtime story, the first light of dawn is spilling gently across the sky, stretching over the vast, frosted expanse of a kingdom. And inside a palace, the ancient stone walls are bathed in the softest gold, each sunbeam seeming to almost trickle through windows dusted with frost. And the air is quiet. The world seems so still and peaceful. And inside the great hall, the king stands beside a crackling log fire. He has been a wise and gentle ruler. His years of leadership, praised by the community around him. In a steady, calming voice, with the room listening intently, the king begins to speak. On this sacred day, when our kingdom celebrates, I invite 10 noblemen, lords from across the land, to prove their worth. They'll compete for the honour of High Castle, a place of intense beauty and history, and for the rarest of jewels, a gem said to bring good luck and prosperity, not only to the bearer, but to the land that they'll tend. The king reads a parchment unfurled in his hands, sharing information about the talk of an adventure that will test the strength and wisdom and bravery and the grace of these lords. The fire continuing to crackle behind him. The 10 lords set out on their journey, riding through the landscape, blanketed in the most beautiful, serene winter wonderland. Snow lying thick and soft on the ground, dulling the sounds. Horses moving steadily through that snow, the sounds of their hooves muffled, with just the gentle crack of the snow underfoot. The landscape is almost like a dreamscape, looking surreal, devoid of all colour. And as the lords ride, the sun rises. The light is golden and calming, and each lord rides at a calm and steady pace, following paths winding through valleys over hills, travelling towards High Castle, and the sound of flowing water can be heard in the distance. The trees become more dense. The riding slows down, and eventually they arrive at High Castle. Its ancient stone walls standing tall against the backdrop of the blue sky and the white of the landscape. And the castle feels almost alive, as if it has a presence of its own, watching over this kingdom. And the gates of High Castle slowly creak open as the lords enter, and inside the great hall in the castle is the warmth of a grand fireplace, chandeliers swaying gently overhead, an echoing stone floor, and the thickest, most comfortable rugs. And the lords are told they need to rest in their chambers before the trials begin tomorrow. And the next day, as the morning dawns and the air is crisp, the lords gather in the courtyard, and before them is a series of narrow bridges suspended over slow moving river, and the water below is so calm, so relaxing. And one by one, the lords step forward, and the lords prepare to leap. And the first lord leaps onto the bridge, and then leaps to the next bridge and the next. The next lord leaps from one bridge to the next. And these lords, all 10 of them, leap from one bridge to the next, seeming to find the task easy. And once they've completed this first task, they're told what the next task will be. In the centre of the courtyard, heavy stone weights rest upon the snow-covered ground. The lords stand at one end of the courtyard. The challenge seems like it's going to be one of brute strength. But it's not about speed or power. It's about an inner stillness, about finding that quiet strength that comes from calm and focus within. The stones are incredibly heavy, but it's the weight of their minds that they need to be aware of. The task is to lift the stones and carry them across the courtyard without losing balance. And each lord takes his place. They bend and lift the stones. Their hands touching the cold surface of their stones, steadying that weight, almost guiding themselves into a meditative experience of focusing, being relaxed yet tense at the same time, moving with an almost hypnotic, rhythmic movement of steps, not rushing, just taking as long as it takes, ensuring their balance, breathing slow and steady. And as each lord reaches the far end of the courtyard and places their stone down with a soft thud, they continue to keep their breaths steady and focused, standing strong and calm. And each lord passes the task. And the final challenge. The lords get to head back into the warmth of High Castle, back into the Great Hall. They gather near the fire. And the final task is a puzzle that will lead them to the jewel. It's a riddle, a question that requires thought and reflection and a deep understanding of the world around them and the wisdom from within. And they're told the riddle, and the lords sit in silence, listening, trying to reflect on the riddle's meaning. And as they reflect, sitting silently lost in their own thought, the lords find themselves almost drawn into a complexity within what seems simple. And the fire crackles and the silence takes over this hall, while they think deeply, long and hard about this riddle. And then the lords, one by one, find the answer in their mind to the riddle, understanding how it relates to the jewel. And because all of the lords have passed all of the tests, they're given a challenge of a great leap. Each lord has to jump a gorge, and so one by one they stand before that gorge, and they have to overcome something within themselves before making that jump. And each lord, one by one, is given the opportunity to make the jump, but only one of them decides to go for the jump and successfully lands on the other side. And none of them are told how the others did. And so none of them know whether anyone else jumped. And as the day comes to an end, the lords are gathered in the great hall of High Castle, and the king has now arrived, and he holds the jewel in his hand, and he says that this jewel is more than a prize. It's something that will help you look after this land. It'll help you to help the people you serve in this land. He names one of the lords. He calls them forward as the winner. He places the jewel in the winner's hand. The winner can feel the warmth of that jewel and notice the soft glowing of the jewel in their hand. And this winner is congratulated by the other lords, and the other lords are all given small other lands for them to look after. And this lord is left here in High Castle to rule this land. The king tells him to be the best leader of this land he can be, to ensure the people prosper, and that the kingdom thrives, before leaving this place and heading back to his castle. And the Lord places the jewel on a shelf in sight, on a little stand designed for it, under a glass dome, and that jewel sits on that shelf, gently glowing and seeming to almost hum with energy. And this lord then heads to their new bedroom, and as they settle down to sleep, they ponder over life, managing this kingdom, helping the kingdom thrive, with the jewel bringing good luck and prosperity, and the tasks they had to do, and how close it was with the other lords, before gradually settling down and drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in the land of Winterhold, a place where the air hums with the ancient enchantments and the snow falls so delicately. There's a deep stillness. The world seems to move so slowly here, as if time itself has softened. It's a land that feels almost cradled in the most delicate reverie, with a soft golden sun, and at night the stars twinkling overhead. And in homes dotted throughout this land, there are 11 bakers, each one renowned for their craft. And they've been practicing something new. Each baker has received a letter from the Queen, an invitation to a royal feast. Only these bakers will be doing the cooking, and they read the script. Each scroll being an invitation to the great Christmas bake-off, and the Queen herself will host it in the grand halls of Winterhold Castle, and the winning cake will be served at the royal Christmas feast. And the bakers have been practicing for this for months, and they all make the journey to Winterhold Castle. And at the castle gates, they're greeted by the soft sound of festive music and the most pleasant and friendly people. They're shown through to the great hall. They can smell food already being prepared, spiced cakes, freshly baked bread, different sweets and food. And there's a deep warmth within the castle, a fire crackling in the great hall, decorations up around the walls, lights glowing softly. Each baker is shown to a different room, each offered a chance to rest and sleep, enjoy the night and some time in the castle before tomorrow, engaging in the contest. And on the morning of the contest, it's snowing outside the castle. The inside was so warm and welcoming. As the first round of the great Christmas bake-off begins, each contestant takes their place at a station, each one meticulously arranging their tools that they need. Icing bags with glistening tips, bowls of whipped frosting, perfectly crafted gingerbread walls waiting to be adorned. The gingerbread houses stand there like tiny castles themselves, their surfaces smooth and ready for the most intricate designs. Those bakers begin decorating those Christmas gingerbread houses, piping the icing so delicately, forming decorations of roofs and walls, intricate patterns swirling to life. Watching the bakers work is so rhythmic and soothing, almost lulling the observers into a deep reverie. and those bakers seeming to almost go into meditative states as they focus so intensely on their baking. And after completing their first task, the resident mischievous elf wanders into the room to give some light entertainment before the next task. Tumble is a small creature, no taller than a child's knee, but his eyes sparkle and his presence is so playful. He flips and rolls and jumps around the room, performs tricks and entertains everyone. And after being playful and giving a bit of an interlude between baking, the bakers move on to the second round, and to the sound of Christmas music, the bakers have to craft the perfect Yule log. And so they begin to make their Yule logs. The smell of those Yule logs cooking, and then the sight of bakers decorating the Yule logs, each a deep chocolatey flavour. And the Queen looks on, thinking deeply about each Yule log, how they're coming along, which ones she likes, which ones she's not so keen on. And she notes her judgments in her mind before moving on to the final challenge. Each baker has to craft the most grand Christmas cake, and the grandest of the cakes will be served up at the main meal. And so they all begin to mix up the ingredients to form their Christmas cakes. To cook the Christmas cakes, the aroma of cinnamon, nutmeg, and other senses filling the room. The bakers concentrating, doing their work while also having a sense of fun from the experience, and a camaraderie of being here with these other bakers, piping their intricate designs onto their cakes, adding additional decorations, and the 11 bakers doing a grand job with their cakes, seeming to almost imbue their cakes with a sense of magic, pouring their hearts into their creations. And after hours of working on their cakes, they step back from their cakes, their creations in front of them, as the Queen re-enters the Great Hall, comments on the beautiful smell of the food in here. They all stand so quietly, in reverence, waiting for the Queen's judgment. She walks from cake to cake, She tries a small slice of each cake. She shows positive responses to each cake, as if enjoying the taste of every one. The baker's unsure which one she'll choose, and then she stops, having walked up and down those cakes, before one cake. And she says that this cake is the one that best embodies the spirit of Christmas. The humility, the warmth, and the beauty of togetherness. This is the cake that will take centre stage for the feast, and the other cakes will still be eaten. They'll be sliced up and served up and laid around the main cake, and the bakers will get to be congratulated for their hard work, each one given an honorary place at the feast, with the winning baker given a prize position, and they get to go back to their rooms or just wander round and potter around for a while, ready to prepare themselves for the feast later on this evening. And so the bakers head off, wander round the castle, spend some time in their rooms relaxing following their baking, before coming down for the feast. And as they arrive for the feast, so the Queen has made sure the feast is temporarily halted as they're introduced as being the bakers. Before then, having them mix and mingle in the pre-feast gathering, and then taking their seats, enjoying the meal with the other guests, and then the prized baker being called up after the main meal to be presented as being the prized baker, as their cake is shown off before the guests, and the cake is cut and handed out to the guests to have a bit each, and the cakes from the other bakers are shared out as well. And then they continue to mix and mingle with the guests. And as the meal ends, the guests continue to sit around, mingling, engaging with each other, having conversation. Taking themselves away from the meal tables to a couple of the rooms nearby where the guests can just talk and socialise for a while. And then after socialising for a while, the Queen's showing signs that it's time for the party to come to an end, and for the guests to depart. And the guests gradually leave the party, The bakers are allowed to stay for one more night in their rooms before leaving in the morning. And the next morning those bakers head back into town. And back in town, those bakers are received by the town folk, almost like they're somehow special. They're praised for how good they are at what they do. They're asked what they had to do, what the competition entailed, what they baked and prepared. And the bakers all said, why not cook a feast for the town? And so the 11 bakers worked together to prepare a feast for the town, taking over the local hall. And others in the town came and prepared that hall and dressed it up, decorating the hall, spreading the word among the whole town. And the bakers worked hard to cook up a feast for the town and to replicate the cakes they'd made at the castle. And that evening, the townfolk arrived at the hall. The bakers greeted them and welcomed them with the food they'd prepared. And the townfolk enjoyed that food, enjoyed the time spent chatting and engaging with each other, with those bakers, making their own judgments of which food they liked the most and which cake they felt should be the winning cake. But the bakers wouldn't reveal whether the town's decision was the same as the Queen's decision. They just smiled at each other and decided to keep that to themselves. As the town felt they were so lucky to have these bakers, all equally as good. And at the end of the evening, they all worked together to clear away any leftover food. Anyone who wanted it took it away with them. They all said good night to each other, wished each other season's greetings before heading home to bed, settling down in bed and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And the night sky stretches high above the North Pole, stars twinkling in the sky overhead. And the land below is wrapped in the most comfortable blanket of snow. And each step beneath your feet through that snow crunches so delicately, and yet the snow absorbs that sound, creating a stillness around you, and the air is cool against your cheeks, and there seems to be a humming or a pulsing that's more than just a sound. It's like a breath up here, travelling through this land, and this pulsing sound reaches out to 12 magical villages hidden beyond the enchanted realms of the North Pole. And each village has a drum resting against the wall of the homes of the finest drummers. And there's one of these drummers in each of those villages. And each of these drums aren't ordinary drums. They're like living embodiments of history passed down through generations, used by countless previous drummers. The rhythms they create are ancient, carrying the sound of their people, and each village has its own distinctive rhythm, and each rhythm synchronizes and harmonizes with the others. And as the sound reaches those villages, the drummers feel a pull to take up their drums and head to the North Pole. And those drummers make their journey, setting off from their villages, carrying their drums on their back. They leave the enchanted realm, following that sound, travelling deeper and deeper into the wilderness, through pine forests, heading up through that cold air, through the snow, towards the North Pole. And each of those 12 drummers from the 12 villages blend into harmony with each other, even as they walk, long before they've met. And the further north they go, so the thicker the snow becomes beneath their feet, and they can see the aurora stretching across the sky overhead. They can notice the moon hanging low in the sky, and yet they continue walking deeper and deeper into the landscape around them. Each footstep of each drummer almost like a drumbeat of its own, sharing the rhythm of their people, as if the rhythm of their people is woven into the drummer themselves. And while the drummers walk, so they can notice the rhythms of the world around them, the rhythms of heartbeats, of birdsong, of the wind, of nature, and that sound still driving them north. And they journey through timeless forests. They journey across frozen lakes. They journey over mountains and through deep snow, finding shelter in caves or building their own shelters. And the moonlight seems to bathe the landscape in silver, bringing a peaceful ringing of tiny bells to this landscape. And eventually the drummers start to notice the lights of a village on the horizon. It's the twinkling lights of the North Pole village that's been beckoning them. And at this village, nestled deep in this snow-covered landscape, bathed in the light of 1,000 Christmas lights, twinkling from the eaves of homes, strung through trees and lining the paths, each bulb flickering so gently, as though the village itself were alive with magic. The drummers walked into the village. Their arrival met with an almost quiet reverence, each drummer arriving at the same time as each other drummer from their different locations, and yet they've walked with the same rhythm and arrived at the same time, instinctively falling into rhythm with each other. And the drummers head to the centre of the village, going to the village square, where the snow has been cleared. And those drummers gather in that centre, and each drummer steps forward, holding their drum, and they begin to play. Their strikes of their drum initially soft and delicate, low and resonant, sending ripples through the snow and time itself. The villagers standing in awe, eyes fixed on the drummers as their rhythms begin to take shape, begin to merge and weave with each other, pulsing energy through the landscape, increasing a pulsing rhythm from the centre of this village outward. The snowflakes above, swirling, spinning, in various patterns carried in the rhythms, almost like there's an unseen force field surrounding those drummers as the snow falls and directs itself around the drummers rather than falling on them in the middle of the square. The air seemed to be charged and rich and multi-layered with rhythms, each beat seeming to almost add a new dimension, not just of sound, but of space and time. The drummers connecting with the world around them, becoming a part of the world around them. Almost like playing the harmony of the earth, and they continue their playing as the villagers look on, and their playing seems to generate a warmth spreading out through the town square, and a slight glow or light of its own. And this warmth and this drumming seems to infuse the air around it, and the warm air rises, mixing with the cool air, beginning to mix the rhythms out from this village, from the North Pole, through the realms, healing, connecting, creating harmony with all things. And as those drummers play, the sight of distant lightning flashing on the horizon seems to be almost in time with the rhythm, a sign of how far the drumming is influencing, that it's influencing nature itself. And then the drummers begin to move, and they walk from the square. And as they walk in a pattern through the village, so the villagers follow, and a parade begins, and the magic in the air thickens, and that sound, that humming, begins to merge with the drumming as they harmonize deeper with nature. And the villagers can feel that harmonizing, the deepening, the connection with the world around them. And as the world bathes deeper in magic, and the air seems almost charged with the healing power of harmony, the drumming begins to resonate even deeper and softer, and snowflakes begin to just hang in the air. And in the center of the village, Santa's sleigh appears, and the drummers circle around Santa's sleigh, continuing their drumming. Harmonizing different rhythms, sending a low pulsing wave through the ground. And beneath the sleigh, the ground begins to glow faintly, as if the ground itself is waking in response to the rhythm. And a chamber within the base of the sleigh begins to fill with stardust, charged by the drumming, glowing, quietly throbbing and humming and shimmering, pulsing in time with the drums, spiraling and spreading into that sleigh, into that chamber, filling with warmth and energy, the magic seeming to unfurl, space seeming to ripple, the sleigh trembling very slightly, beginning to look almost fuzzy. And then the sleigh begins to lift, just gently off the ground, as if carried into the air by the rhythms, seeming to be weightless, just floating in time with the beats. As more stardust pulses and flows into the sleigh, and the sleigh rises higher in the sky, hovering before them. And as the drummers quieten their drumming while continuing that drumming, so the sleigh fully charges. And as the drummers end their beat, the sleigh begins to move, and with Santa on the sleigh, it begins to ascend into the sky before launching off and vanishing in a trail of stardust. That trail of twinkling stardust glowing softly as it fades, and the village quietens down. The magic gently descends from the air. The villagers head back to their homes. The drummers talk in harmony with each other before setting off on their journeys home, having filled the land with harmony. Charged Santa's sleigh to allow Santa to do his journey of now riding on the magic, to spread that magic to all the homes in the land as they head back to their villages, across the different realms, to go back home, ready to be called upon if at any point a drummer from those villages is required again to charge the magic of the land, bring harmony to the planet, and to support Santa in bringing magic to those throughout the land. And once home, they settle down in their beds and enjoy a deep sense of peace as they drift and float comfortably asleep into slumberland. Welcome to this Slumberland sleep story. I'll be your guide as you trek through a forest heading to the cozy Christmas cabin. You ascend the lower slopes of the surrounding mountains through the trees and snowy landscape to reach the Christmas cabin. At the cozy Christmas cabin, after your long trek, you light a log fire, settle down and relax into a reverie. After warming yourself, you make some food, relax with a good book, before heading to bed, relaxing and drifting peacefully and comfortably asleep. I would like to take this moment to wish you the most peaceful night's sleep and pleasant dreams as you fall asleep to this bedtime story. Before we begin the story, you can take a few moments to settle down comfortably. You can shift about a little if you need to make yourself even more comfortable. And when you're ready, you can let your eyes gently close. And as the story unfolds, you can take a few deep, relaxing breaths, allowing the out-breaths to be a little longer than the in-breaths. This triggers the body's natural relaxation response. And as you relax, you can find yourself walking through the snowy forest. And you're walking through this snowy forest that's very gently beginning to ascend. And you can hear the sound of each trudge of the footsteps that you take. You can feel what it's like to take each footstep. And you can notice perhaps the coolness of the air on your face as the winter wind blows a breeze, and how that cool air is perhaps refreshing to breathe in and out, feeling that air as it flows in through your nostrils, perhaps through your mouth, down your throat, and down towards your lungs, before breathing out warmer air, and continuing to walk through this forest with the rustling sounds of the pine leaves as the wind blows through the trees, and that sweet smell of pine, and the sound of each footstep that you take, almost guiding you deeper and deeper into the experience. And occasionally, as the wind blows through the trees, some snow falls off of the branches, landing on your head or your shoulders. You can see snow falling elsewhere around you as it falls from branches in different areas. You continue walking through this forest. And at first, at the lower latitudes, the forest seems quite dense and flat. And you feel so warm and cozy, wrapped up within your winter gear. And you continue to walk through that snow, pushing on, climbing, ascending the mountains, ascending through this forest to that cozy Christmas cabin. And as you continue walking through this forest, you start to become more aware of how you're walking slightly uphill. And so you start trekking at a slight angle to the hill, rather than just continuing to push on through the trees vertically. And this means that the route that you're taking is more of a weave up the side of the mountain. And so it's going to take longer, but it feels so much calmer and more comfortable, so much easier to walk in this way. And as you continue to ascend through the forest, the trees begin to thin out a little until eventually you spot that cozy Christmas cabin in a slight clearing, and there are some mounds of snow surrounding that Christmas cabin in this clearing, some rocks jutting out from under the snow. A small pine tree with some fairy lights wrapped around it, creating the most beautiful glow, and some lights around that cabin, and glowing from within the cabin, almost drawing you in with its coziness. And up in this bit of clearing, surrounded by trees, with mountains climbing higher in the distance, the wind has calmed down just a little, and yet there's still that snowfall, and you trudge through the snow in this clearing, heading to that Christmas cabin. And you enter the cabin, closing the door behind you. You light the log fire, and once that log fire is comfortably burning in the fireplace, popping and crackling, making shadows dance around the room, you take off some layers. You make yourself comfortable. And the first thing you do is take a moment to sit down in a comfortable chair beside that fire. And as you sit there, a comfortable distance from that fire, feeling its warmth on your cheeks, noticing the way the firelight dances around the room, you rest back in that chair and begin to drift peacefully and comfortably into a reverie. And as you drift comfortably and deeply into that reverie, you can have a sense of relaxing your mind and body, and you focus on the top of your head. You notice how your head is resting there against the back of that seat, noticing how it's supported so gently in place by the cushion. The comfort in and around your head as it rests there, having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head, just gently softening and relaxing, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before gently moving your awareness around your face, focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread gently around your face, your ears and your cheeks, focusing on that sensation of the warmth on the cheeks, and having the muscles in these areas just soften and relax so peacefully, so comfortably, fully and honestly. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper, noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps finding that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. And you continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, softly and gently relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and upper back. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders, as that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. And I don't know whether one arm will relax faster than the other, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach. It can flow down through your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax. You begin to have a sense of a healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, almost as if that warmth from the fire on your cheeks and your head is absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take, filling you with healing peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, breathing in healing, calm relaxation, and breathing out any stress or tension, aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms, gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation as the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down your legs to the soles of your feet, filling your whole body with that healing, restorative light. And as you allow that light to flow through you with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper into the reverie. And the deeper that you drift into that reverie, the more aware you become that you're an eagle flying over the snow-covered forest. And as you fly over that snow-covered forest, you can notice the way that your wings seem to cut their way through the falling snow. You can feel that sensation of the wind blowing across the wings and across your streamlined face and body. With that cool wind blowing around you, looking down upon that cozy Christmas cabin in that clearing, seeing the glow of the cabin and the glow of that pine tree with the lights in outside the cabin on the snow, gently illuminating this area with the slightest tinge of that light piercing the edge of the forest. And the way as you glide and soar above the forest, you notice the trees swaying in unison with the breeze. And while flying above this snow-covered forest, seeing those clouds overhead, the distant mountains, you can observe a certain stillness to the environment, almost like the snow is absorbing a certain amount of sound, so that all you can really hear is the sound of the wind as it passes. As you fly down, navigating between the trees, and then navigating between branches to land on a perch. And from this point, on that tree within the forest, sheltered by the other trees, you notice how quiet the environment gets as you watch just the occasional snowflake making its way slowly through the canopy overhead, managing to get through and fall towards the ground, and how those slow falling snowflakes look so beautiful, seeing that they're clumps of individual crystals that have the most incredible shapes and patterns to them. And you find as this eagle that you're learning something about focus. You're learning something about stillness. and about being one with the world around you, and being able to observe the world around you with the incredible observation skills of the eagle. As you drop out off that branch, swinging your wings open, flaring your tail a little, and gliding and weaving gently through the trees, before approaching the clearing, swooping up in the clearing with one single, gentle flap of those wings, to start soaring again in the sky. And circling, rising higher up in the sky. As you drift deeper and deeper into the reverie. And after a while of drifting and relaxing in this reverie, you notice your attention beginning to come back to being in that Christmas cabin. You start to notice what it feels like to rest in that chair. Do you open your eyes in that chair in that Christmas cabin, feeling a sense of everything being clearer than it was before? When you stand up from the chair, you make yourself some cozy food and a cozy drink. You sit back down in that chair in front of the fire. You eat that cozy food before preparing yourself to go outside, just onto a little porch area. And although it's cold outside, you wrap up just warm enough to be able to sit with that cozy drink between your hands, feeling the warmth of that drink, and sipping that drink while sitting on the porch, enjoying the coolness and that difference between the coolness of the air around you and the warmth of the drink in your hands, breathing in that fresh, cool air, and then drinking in that warm, cozy drink, hearing a slight jingling from the tree with the lights as it sways and moves gently in the breeze, noticing the way the light and the shadows dance around the cabin and glisten on the surface of the snow, almost like the surface of the snow is covered in a carpet of tiny diamonds, glistening and sparkling around you. And you find there's something so incredibly peaceful and relaxing here in this isolated, cozy Christmas cabin in this forest, halfway up some mountains, in this gentle clearing. And you place that half-drunk drink down beside you. You go and grab yourself a good book that you've brought along with you to read. Head back outside and you sit there, reading some of that book outside the cabin, feeling the freshness of the cool air, feeling the healing nature of that cool air as you breathe it in and out, reading some of that good book, drinking some of that drink, seeing the snowfall begin to calm down, and gradually seeing those clouds passing and dispersing. And noticing the twinkling stars overhead. The most beautiful patchwork of stars. The occasional shooting star passing over. Then after a while, once you finish the drink, you head back into the cabin. And there's something magical about heading from a cold space to a warm, cozy space. And you feel that sense of magic within you as you rest back down in that chair, continuing to read that good book, enjoying that book, absorbing yourself in that book, with all of your attention honestly and fully absorbed in the book. Aware of a certain stillness in this cabin, the sound of the crackling fire, distant sound outside the cabin, of the wind just gently blowing and whistling through the trees and into the clearing. And after a while, the fire begins to burn down to embers. And you decide that it's time to head to bed. And so you head to the bedroom. You rest down in bed. You snuggle up so comfortable under the blankets on the bed, aware that as the fire continues to burn down, the cabin will cool slightly as it approaches morning, and so you make sure you have plenty of blankets, feeling that comfortable warmth under those blankets. And you close your eyes and you begin to drift and float peacefully asleep. And as you drift and float peacefully asleep, you start to dream. You dream that there are 20 steps outside the cabin, leading down from the cabin and into the most incredible forest, with a lake through some trees in a clearing, where you could walk around that lake and look back, and you would see the forest, and in the distance beyond the forest, the mountains continuing to rise higher and higher with their snow-capped peaks towering over the area. And so as you drift into this magical dream, in this cozy Christmas cabin, you have a sense of standing at the top of those 20 steps. And you look around you and you decide to gently descend those steps, stepping onto step 20, then 19, down to 18, and 17, finding that you become deeper and deeper absorbed in the experience with each step that you take onto 16 and 15, stepping down to 14, slowly, carefully descending those steps, so softly, those snow-covered steps, down towards the forest below, descending to step 13 and 12 and 11, going all the way deeper and deeper, noticing the way that you feel deeper absorbed and more relaxed with each step that you take. Stepping onto step 10 and 9 and 8, slowly deeper and deeper absorbed in the experience, feeling the brisk air against your cheeks, breathing in that fresh air, breathing out any stresses or worries, and any remaining wakefulness. Stepping onto step 7 and 6 and 5, relaxing so peacefully and comfortably, deeper and deeper, stepping onto step 4, 3, 2, and then stepping off on the bottom step, 1, where you find yourself crunching onto the snow at the bottom of the steps, walking through that soft, powdery snow, through the forest down here at the bottom of the steps, smelling the pine, feeling that gentle breeze passing through the forest until you reach the most incredible blue lake with the stillest blue water. And you see a rowboat just moored right next to the edge of the lake where you've arrived, and so you climb into the boat, you untie it, you push off from the shore with one of the oars, and you row and row across the lake, almost silently seeming to row gently across that lake to the other side. And on the other side of the lake, you row just slightly up onto the shore. You leave the boat. You see a tree trunk lying down a little way from the shore of this lake, and you go and sit on that tree trunk. You look back at the view, and you can see the most incredible view of that lake, the blue water, so still, the snow-covered pine trees of the forest, those steps to that cabin, that cozy Christmas cabin, more forest around the back of the Christmas cabin, and then beyond the forest, a mountain range towering up into the sky. And something about this is so peaceful and calming that you just sit there, marveling at the view as you begin to drift even deeper asleep, honestly and fully drifting asleep, keeping in mind how effortless it is when you're here to fall asleep, and that the harder you try to stay awake looking at the view, the quicker you fall asleep. And so you decide whether to try hard to stay awake here looking at the view, or just go with the experience and sleep. And your mind can become still as you gaze at the view. And the stiller you become gazing at the view, the more you drift and float and relax deeper and deeper. And after some time, and you don't know whether it's a short amount of time or a long amount of time that just seems to pass quickly. You find yourself drifting from this lucid awareness into the greater depths of peaceful, healing, recuperative sleep. And you allow that slumber to envelop you like the most comfortable, cozy, warm blanket as you easily and effortlessly, honestly and fully drift deeper and deeper asleep into slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell this bedtime story in the background. And in the heart of a tranquil forest, where the morning mist weaves around the ancient trees, a tiny fir seed settles gently onto the earth. It had been carried to its resting place on a soft breeze, gently cradled on the comfortable mossy bed. And as the first light of dawn begins to appear and the mist begins to dissipate, there's a gentle, serene glow over this forest. As time continues to push silently onward, with the sound of a distant river weaving its way through the forest. As that seed rests there and gradually works its way down into the ground. And while working down into the ground, so a transformation begins. A very delicate sprout emerges, unfurling with such grace, like the seed has been awoken from a slumber. It pushes softly up through the soil, reaching upward towards the surface, until it breaks gently through the surface as time passes, day after day, night after night, breaking through the surface to greet the world with its tender leaves, its small stature, just like a tiny green sprout barely above the surface of the soil. As its roots begin to stretch deeper and deeper down in search of nourishment, preparing to create strength. And the warmth of the sun bathing those soft leaves of that sprout, filling it with peaceful energy, encouraging it to grow and around this tiny sapling, just starting out its life. Forest is alive with various sounds of nature, leaves rustling high overhead as a gentle breeze tickles the tops of the trees. A melody lulling this forest into a state of peace and calm. Birds singing in trees, communicating with each other through this forest, and other sounds of animals weaving their way through the forest. As that sapling just continues to reach up towards the light. And the sense of the forest is so rich and comforting, an aroma of damp earth mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, invigorating and soothing the senses as the sapling continues to grow. Beginning to feel that it's a part of this place, finding its space in this place. And as days turn into weeks, the sapling begins to become more sturdy. Gentle rain falls, droplets glistening like jewels as they cascade over the leaves. As that sapling drinks up that rainwater, stimulating and invigorating its growth. The warmth of the sun during the day, the coolness of the embrace of night, stars twinkling overhead, the moon marching through the sky, the sun marching through the sky. As the sapling continues to grow taller and stronger, more sturdy, the forest creatures becoming familiar friends, family of rabbits hopping nearby, their soft fur blending with the shadows as they nibble on shoots and grass, squirrels scampering up the trunks of trees, chasing each other around. Their tails flicking playfully. Deer walking through the forest, stopping, eating, and continuing on. Each moment an observation of the wonder and the beauty of nature. As the seasons move on, from spring, with its fresh blossoms, the promise of new beginnings, the young creatures through the forest, moving into summer, filling the forest with warmth and sunlight for many hours every day. The sharp sunlight dappling on the ground through the dense canopy of leaves. gradually progressing on to autumn, where the leaves of these other trees turn into a burst of different colours, shades of amber and crimson. And then as autumn begins to progress into winter, those colourful leaves fall to the ground, and the only trees unaffected are the fir trees in this location. They remain strong and steadfast, barely changing their appearance month after month, season after season, bending and flexing in the wind, weathering storms, weathering snow as winter approaches, leading to a hushed and serene environment, before moving back to spring. And with each passing season and each passing year, the sapling's connection to the forest deepens as their roots deepen into the forest floor. They become more aware of the subtle changes to the way the sunlight filters through the forest at different times of the year, the changes to the patterns of the wind as it dances through the trees. Each moment is a gift, teaching a lesson about growth and harmony, about the beauty of this world the sapling inhabits. And at night time, the sapling gazes upon the moon, the silvery glow of light across the forest, the way the forest turns shades of blues as that sapling continues growing taller and stronger, stretching its roots down deeper and wider. And the sapling's perception of time is different to a person's perception of time. As it continues to experience seasons throughout one year, then the next, growing taller and wider and more sturdy. With the trees surrounding it, so much bigger than it is, but it has this space, its niche it's carving out to grow in. And the forest is alive with bustling activities of inhabitants, those squirrels darting and jumping from tree to tree. The way they chat so animatedly with each other, the birds flitting and flying about, also communicating with each other, but the sapling not yet being large enough for them to land on it. The way that at certain times of the year, robins will gather up twigs and soft moss and craft the most beautiful nests. Hedgehogs will sniff their way through the underbrush, padding their feet across the leaves. Foxes weaving through the trees. Each creature having its own life, its own story to tell. As the years continue on, and the sapling continues to grow, as it gets taller and stronger, becomes more sturdy. Some nights the sapling will observe streaks of light pass across the night sky, almost fizzing across the sky. Some nights will be moonless, accentuating the blanket of stars. Other nights the moon will be full, and the stars will be barely visible. And eventually, the sapling has grown taller and taller. It's about the size of a person. It's developed its branches and leaves. And as it sits there in the forest, birds now able to come and perch on its branches. The sapling can hear a sound. Among the usual forest sounds, sounds of footsteps unheard before, the sounds of voices, and then noticing children skipping along a winding path, a path laid down by years of deer treading that route. The squirrels scamper higher up trees. Birds fly to higher up branches. And a child approaches the fir tree, runs their small hand around its bark, around the trunk, and says to her father that she feels a connection to this tree. This tree feels alive. And this family talk about the tree, while also enjoying the environment. And the tree hears conversations. The festivities in a few months' time. How there are places these people live, adorned with twinkling lights. Homes filled with life and laughter. And the tree is deeply curious. It's observed years of growth here in this forest. But this is something new, a world beyond the forest. But the tree is stuck in this place. And the people wander off and explore other parts of the forest, enjoying each other's company. The tree trying to strain to hear their tales. And as the day progresses on, and the sun begins to set. Those people leave the forest, their voices fading into the distance. And the tree is curious about those people, about this life they speak of, the world they inhabit, how different it sounds from the world in the forest. And the tree enjoys a deep, relaxing reverie, pondering its experiences and this new world. And the next morning, the tree is awoken to the sound of footsteps approaching in the forest, the sound of those humans returning. As it notices that family approaching and that child running up to the tree, and there's another man here this time, a man carrying a crimson-coloured bit of ribbon, and the man ties that ribbon around the tree's trunk, the fabric so soft against the bark. And the humans speak to each other, talking about celebrations, centerpieces, family. And the tree's curious what this ribbon means. As another day draws to an end and that family leave once more, and as a few more weeks of days and nights come and go, the days getting shorter and shorter each time, eventually a day comes when the tree is awoken once more to the sound of that family and that man, and carefully they begin to loosen the soil around its roots, and they help it out of the ground, and they carry it through the forest, with the children running around, playing, jumping over logs, hiding behind other trees, jumping out on each other, as the grown-ups continue carrying that tree through this forest, until eventually they come to a clearing, and in that clearing is a vehicle, and the tree is placed carefully in the back of that vehicle in a trailer. And then the vehicle is driven from the forest, and the tree gets to see trees it's not seen before, and then exiting the forest, seeing open landscape, meadows, fields, rolling hills, the majesty of the size of the sky overhead, the forest disappearing into the distance, winding, weaving through this landscape, over a bridge, over a river, past farmhouses with thatched roofs, smoke lazily curling from the tops of those houses, from the chimneys, the sights and sounds of children playing, and gradually noticing these buildings of lights outside, decorated trees, and everyone seems so friendly. Until after some time, the vehicle turns onto a different type of road, continuing its journey only now, heading along a cobblestone street and slowly travelling down this cobblestone street. The sight of charming cottages either side, people walking on the pavement, decorations in the buildings, on the fronts of the buildings, small trees placed at even spaces on the walls of those buildings, wreaths of holly on the doors, flickering lights in the windows, and then turning into a bustling village. With the sounds of a market, a village almost seeming to have been plucked straight from a fairy tale. Garlands stretching from post to post, lights in trees. As the vehicle travels to the town square, and the tree is placed in this town square with other trees, different families strolling by, their faces lighting up with happiness at the decorations, at the sight and the smell of those trees. People singing Christmas songs, musicians playing, everything seeming so cozy and friendly and relaxed. As snow begins to fall, gently wafting down delicately onto the land below, the air crisp and comforting, awakening the next morning to a world looking very different. Everything so white, enhancing the orange glow of the lights, dulling the sounds around the village. As that family, which the tree had met in the forest, comes up to the tree here in the town square, and feel that the tree is perfect, and the tree doesn't fully know what it's perfect for. And they carry the tree to their vehicle. They place it on the top of the vehicle and drive off from this town square. They head all the way home. And once home, in their cottage on the outskirts of the village, they carefully carry the tree inside, and the tree is instantly taken aback by the warmth and the coziness of this space, the sound of the crackling log fire, the way the light dances around the room, the sight of a cat sleeping in front of that fire, so lazily and relaxed, a dog resting on a seat The family places the tree in front of a large window so that the tree can look out, admire the world outside. As the tree watches the snow gently falling and sees people walking past, crunching and cracking through that snow. And the family begin to decorate that tree. The children making decorations to place on the tree. The parents decorating the tree and helping. All laughing and having so much fun. Enjoying the shared experience. And adding further decorations to the rest of the property to make it all match up. And as night settles in, the family head to bed. As the tree ponders this new location, it spent years watching the world turn around it in a forest, and now it's here with something new to observe, aware that it's also bringing joy to these children and to this family, and how much they like it. And eventually, Christmas Day rolls round, and the family enjoy a Christmas dinner before sitting by the tree, parents on the seats, children on the floor, and presents had been placed around the base of the tree, and the children took the presents one by one, read the labels, handed them to the person the present was for, and all watched, taking it in turns, as each other opened the presents, and showed some level of excitement for their gifts, and watched on intensely at those opening the other gifts, to see the excitement of each other. And after Christmas Day and everyone going to bed, the next few days they woke up and enjoyed the decorations, but eventually a day came where the family took down those decorations, removed the decorations from the tree, and the tree was curious what was to happen next. And they took the tree out into the back garden, and they had dug a hole for the tree, and they planted that tree in the hole. They settled that tree into that location. And the parents said to the kids that this tree will grow up with them. And as the winter passed and progressed to spring, the tree enjoyed its new location, now stretching its roots out further and deeper, growing taller and stronger, watching that family as they enjoy family life, the times they spend in the garden. The daughter, sitting under the tree, leaning against the bark of the tree, reading books in the shade of the tree, playing around the tree. And as the years passed, so the children grew up, and the tree grew up with them, always a part of their life, bringing shade to them in the garden. They would decorate it in the garden every Christmas. In the winters, its branches would fill with snow. In the spring, it would be filled with new life. And every night, it would enjoy drifting and floating asleep under the blanket of stars overhead, falling deeply asleep into slumberland.